What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
Do you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
Come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Trump, everybody they know, they gonna vote for Donald Trump, that's the way it goes. All over America, all over the USA, they voted for Donald Trump, that's what I'm trying to say. Election is over, everyone can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. Election is over, everyone can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. I want to make America great again. Woo! I want to lower the taxes. I want to bring all American business back from overseas back to the USA, baby.
There we go.
Ooh, yeah. Donald Trump is now president of your country. Election is over. Everybody can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country. Election is over. Everyone can see. Donald Trump is now the president of your country.
All right, everybody, here for the 4:30 show. Kind of an odd time, but the reason why it's 4:30 is, let me just explain something really quick. Usually I go 3:30, and then maybe I do a 7:30. So the 4:30 time frame right now is because we're in between. Those of you who've been watching a lot of my shows know I usually go for an hour and a half or 2 hours. And we've had some shows that have gone for 5 hours. And we've had some shows that have gone for as much as 8 or 9 hours. This is one of these shows that I can't even tell you how long it's going to go. So order out, or order in rather, bring in some food, kick your feet up. We got a whole lot to go over. So here's the plan right now. I've got the Pete Hegseth, I don't know what I'll just call it the Democratic bitch session. They're going through trying to get him approved. They're supposed to take a vote at 9 o'clock tonight. Not really sure if they go early or if they go long. If they go long, we could be here till 9 o'clock tonight, 4 hours. In addition to that, Trump is heading over to, as you know, California. Once he lands, there's going to be some stuff to cover in regards to that. Obviously, he's going to be talking to Gavin Newsom. He's going to be touring some. There's going to be video. We'll go ahead and cut and bring that in as well. In addition to that, I've got an interview at a hard time. I hope it's not during Trump touring California, but I have a hard time interview at 7 o'clock with Congressman Buddy Carter. Congressman Buddy Carter is going to talk about his bill that he has sponsored to eliminate income taxes. So you're going to want to hear that. So what we're going to do is right now cover some news, and then I'll just jump into this hearing. And what I'm going to do also, as I'm looking at the poll here, the poll is showing me that out of nearly 1,500 votes, 77% of you have not seen my interview with Kim Wargo. That's probably because it was only on Rumble. So I'm going to take a chance with the people here, and I'm going to play the entirety of the Kim Wargo interview. Kim Wargo, she's a member of our community here in the Fanfare family. She goes by the handle Patriot Mom. She and her son was in the military, went to January 6th, and she's going to tell you all about her ordeal. And the good news is she just got her pardon. So she's free. She's a free woman, but you're going to hear about everything she went through. So right now, let me just cover some news stories that have been out here so you guys can see it. Where are we? All right. You're going to love this one. I don't know why that did that, but Trump has called a halt to all military aid to Ukraine for a complete audit and investigation. That is music to our ears. Everybody right now has got to realize that is some serious music to our ears. No more money, Zelensky. That's got to be the first, I don't know, I think that would be the first salvo to be fired to let him know you better settle with, what's his name? Vladimir Putin. All right, the next one we have here, let me go, which is pretty much ties into the same story, but it's a little bit more in detail, is, well, it's actually, it's why is it bouncing around like that? Okay, it says pretty much the same thing. Breaking, Trump has called for a comprehensive audit of all Ukraine funding and is demanding a thorough investigation. You got to believe this is going to drive the Democrats, well, everything's driving the Democrats crazy. Everything is driving them nuts at this point. Why? Because they know they're stuck. The more Trump begins to dig in and find out where this money has gone, the worse it is for them. It is really, really going to be bad for the Democrats. Let me make sure I've got this button lined up so I can see all this stuff, because some of these things, for some reason, aren't lining up this morning. But anyway, we'll go through them. The next one I want to show you, if I can, we're going to have to move this around as well. I don't know. Sometimes when I restart, things happen. But there you go. Joni Ernst has introduced legislation to defund Planned Parenthood. The thing I love about this stuff the most is Donald Trump is hitting these people from multiple angles. They have no idea which ones to go after. I mean, today when he said he wanted to condition the California aid on voter ID, they look like deer in the headlights. I watched Dana Bash on CNN, and she just kind of looked like this. They don't know what to do. They've got no direction. You're going to see Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth get confirmed, possibly both of them tonight. Both of them may get pushed through tonight. That would be very, very good. And they're taking a roll call right now to see where they are with that. Let's see. We just covered that one. This one is a big one, really big. So let's spend a second and talk about this, because it's pretty big. As you know, Marco Rubio just got confirmed as Secretary of State. Marco Rubio bans all passports that would have X gender markers after Trump's order. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has halted U.S. passport applications that allow Americans to select X as their gender identity, following an executive order issued by Trump on Monday declaring that the United States will now officially recognize only two sexes. So I hope I'm okay. Who knows? They may blip this one off. I'm pretty sure the algorithm will, and then I'll have to have somebody review it, but that is what it is. It is the law. I'm just telling you people the law. According to The Guardian, State Department employees were notified of the change through an internal memo sent Thursday, which instructed that sex, not gender, should be used in official documents like passports and birth records at all U.S. embassies and consulates worldwide. The memo further directed staff to suspend any application requesting a X sex marker and to suspend any application seeking a change to a sex marker. Bottom line, you either squat or you stand. Period. Boys have you-know-what and girls have you-know-what. That is the standard. None of this, 95,000 different choices that you have according to what day you wake up if you want to be a cat or whatever. Nope. You got two choices. And that is how America is going to be moving forward. Sorry if you don't like it. Too flippin' bad. Get with it. I'm seeing a lot of people talking about this. I don't know if you guys have seen this happen today. There's been a lot of different things being shown on various sites, and it's just simply amazing what Trump has rolled out. So let me show this to you. This one's from Libs of TikTok. Just in, soldiers from the 82nd Airborne, the 10th Mountain Division, and a Stryker brigade from 4th Infantry Division have reportedly been told they will be deployed to the border. Love it. Send the big boys in there. No more pussyfooting around. Let's shut it down. Let's defend this. I'm going to jump real quick because Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly, I'll give him his due respect. He has decided to show up and, denigrate Pete Hegseth. So let's take a quick listen into what he's got to say.
I look at every nominee based on whether they're qualified and committed to do the job. It's how I evaluated nominees from the last president, and it's how I'm evaluating nominees from this president. And I approach each person with an open mind. It's our responsibility to make sure the folks we consider are ready to do these jobs for the American people. But this one, the Secretary of Defense, it's especially important. Outside of the presidency, it might be the biggest job in the country. It's almost impossible to imagine the scale of it. You've got about 3 million people working for you. You're the civilian leader at the top of a massive operation that includes every single soldier, sailor, guardian, airman, Marine, and civilian contractor and employee. These folks are spread out across hundreds of military installations in dozens of countries. So it's basically the toughest management job in the world. You're also responsible for overseeing a budget that exceeds $850 billion every single year. So it's one of the most complicated budget management jobs in the world as well. You're overseeing some of the most complicated weapon systems and defense programs that exist. Some of these are multi-billion-dollar projects that happen over the course of years to develop, test, and field. It's also one of the most demanding policy and program implementation jobs. Now, not every Secretary of Defense nominee checks the box for each of those qualifications. It's impossible for us to expect that. The job is too big. But what is clear to me at the end of this process is that Mr. Hegseth does not check any of the boxes. I appreciate his service in the United States Army and his service to this country, especially in combat. But that is not a requirement for this role. During his career in the Guard and Reserve, Mr. Hegseth did not rise to a command position where he would learn the management, joint forces operations, logistics, and other skills that are relevant to fill this job. In his civilian roles, he has led 2 veterans organizations, neither of which were larger than about 50 people. And he spent 7 years as a TV host. Normally, this would be the end of the conversation. Normally, it would be clear to every single person in this chamber that this is not someone ready to do this job. Now, I understand the case for his nomination is in part because he's an outsider. I get that he can shake things up. I'm not opposed to that. The Pentagon needs to be leaner. It needs to move more quickly and be willing to lose things that aren't working and adopt things that will work. Having someone who isn't beholden to the current way of doing things, that's exciting. My concern is not that Mr. Hegseth is going to succeed in whipping the Pentagon into shape. My concern is that he'd fail. Given his lack of experience, it's much more likely that the bureaucracy is going to crush Mr. Hegseth than he is going to crush the bureaucracy. Because it's not just that Mr. Hegseth is unprepared for this role. The experience he does have is riddled with serious issues that should concern us all. During his time leading 2 veterans organizations, he was accused of financial mismanagement. In 2009, after just about 2 years leading a group called Vets for Freedom, it's been reported that forensic accountants found the organization had about $1,000 in the bank, more than $400,000 in unpaid bills, and $75,000 in credit card debt. Mr. Hegseth wants to get the Pentagon to finally pass an audit, yet the much smaller organization he led could not do the same. During his time leading Concerned Veterans for America, the organization was forced to reach a financial settlement with a female employee who accused a male colleague of trying to sexually assault her. The woman was reportedly ostracized and faced reprisals in the workplace after that settlement. For a department that is working to address sexual assault and harassment, what would it say to confirm someone who has already fostered environments where these are an issue? It's also been reported that he frequently abused alcohol, getting drunk in front of his staff and in public. I want to remind folks of some of these incidents. Memorial Day 2014, CVA event in Virginia Beach. Hegseth needed to be carried out of the event. Summer 2014 in Cleveland, drunk in public with the CVA team. November 2014, Get Out the Vote event in North Carolina. Hegseth got drunk with 3 young female staff members. CVA had instituted a no alcohol policy at its events in October. This was 1 month later. But Mr. Hegseth and another manager lifted the policy. December 2014, at the CVA Christmas party at the Grand Hyatt in this city, Washington, D.C., Hegseth was noticeably intoxicated and had to be carried up to his room. Another time, a CVA staffer stated that Hegseth passed out in the back of a party bus. On May 29, 2015, a now former CVA employee sent a complaint letter to management that Hegseth was chanting, this is a quote, his quote, "kill all Muslims," at a bar in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, in a drunk and violent manner. while at Fox News, October 2017, following his dinner speech at the California Federation of Republican Women's 40th Biennial Convention in Monterey, California, Hegseth was reportedly engaged in a loud argument by the pool and was very intoxicated. Fox News employees have reported that after a St. Patrick's Day segment on St. Patrick's Day, after being on TV, Hegseth drank several beers that had been sitting out for hours. These employees also noted that the segment finished before 10 a.m., and they were shocked at Hegseth's behavior. One current and two former Fox News employees told NBC News that they felt that they had to babysit Hegseth to mitigate the effects of his drinking. This is a quote. "We'd have to call him to make sure he didn't oversleep because we knew that he would be out partying the night before." Two Fox employees, current or former, said that on more than a dozen occasions during Hegseth's time as a co-host on Fox and Friends Weekend, which began in 2017, they smelled alcohol on him before he went on air. That was in the morning. Those same two people, plus another, said that during his time there, he appeared on television after they'd heard him talk about being hungover as he was getting ready or on set. Fall of 2024, one Fox employee said they heard him complain about being hungover. November 2024, one Fox employee said they smelled alcohol on him as recently as this past November, 3 months ago. During his confirmation hearing, I gave Mr. Hegseth the opportunity to answer for a number of these incidents. I asked him point blank, are these true or false? He had the opportunity to say these things did not happen, or to explain how he is prepared to account for them, and how he won't repeat this concerning behavior as Secretary of Defense. He wouldn't answer, with one notable exception. I asked him about reports that in 2014 he was drunk at a strip club with staff in Louisiana. He replied to me, absolutely not. He specifically denied that incident. He was prepared to say that one, but only that one didn't happen. But the rest of these incidents, well, he would not deny them. Instead, he called them anonymous smears. Well, first of all, they are not all anonymous. The committee has had access to sworn affidavits from individuals who witnessed this behavior firsthand. This confirmation process was rushed. The FBI background check, which the entire committee was never given access to, was clearly inadequate and had to be updated multiple times. And despite repeated efforts, Mr. Hegseth has refused to meet with me and many others on the committee in private to discuss these concerns further. But beyond all of that, it defies belief that this behavior does not represent a pattern. The incidents listed earlier, they stretch out across a decade. These are individuals who worked with him across 3 different organizations. And in each place, these people witnessed him abuse alcohol. It is obvious to anyone willing to see it that this is a pattern. And let us be clear, these are not smears. If Mr. Hegseth were...
You get the idea. They are going to carry on with this. Each one of them has the opportunity, not 5 minutes, to go up there and basically spew. The Republicans have said, no, we got nothing to say. Each one of these Democrats are walking up there and blah, 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 blah. They have nothing to say. All of it is hearsay. Not a single, not one of these women, not one of these Fox employees, none of them have shown their face and walked into a hearing and said, yeah, I saw it. None of it makes any sense. That's how desperate these people are. He is going to be confirmed tonight, and then they can go ahead and run around and absolutely scream. Let me just put this up and show you something that Lauren Boebert just put this out. Hegseth will be our next Secretary of Defense, despite the liberals who have tried hard to deny him the position. The woke rot in our military will be uprooted. That's what they're worried about. They're worried that he's going to be the facilitator. He's going to basically bring this rotten temple down on its head. It's over. So I'm watching a feed to see when Trump arrives. It's 4:58. So what we're going to do, and especially since the poll has indicated that nearly 80% of you have not seen my interview with Kim. So we're going to play this interview with Kim. If Trump comes on, I will jump back in. If not, at least you can see this interview. Hopefully the guys upstairs will let this one play since it's now law. It's no longer fake. People have been pardoned on both sides. The J6 committee, they've been pardoned, because they didn't do anything wrong. So this is my interview with Kim Wargo, and I will be sitting right here. I'm not going anywhere in case something happens. Let's take a listen.
If there's one takeaway from the corpus of footage that we spent 3 weeks looking at, it's that the January 6th committee lied. Its members are liars. And as the result of those lies, core civil liberties in this country were eroded. People went to prison. They're in prison as of right now, unjustly. So those lies had consequences. So you have to ask yourself, whatever happened to the members of the January 6th committee? These liars who hurt people and the country. Well, let's see. Adam Schiff is running for Senate. Adam Kinzinger got a job at CNN. Liz Cheney somehow wound up a professor at the University of Virginia, the august University of Virginia. They're all still there. Benny Thompson, listen to his wisdom, but they're liars. And above all, this video proves it. Here's another installment.
One of the enduring mysteries of January 6th is the role that intelligence and law enforcement agencies played in the events of that day. We know there was some number of undercover federal agents in the crowd at the Capitol. Officials have since admitted that under oath. But what exactly were they doing there? The January 6th committee worked hard to hide the answer to that question. We do know from contemporaneous videotape that a mysterious figure called Ray Epps encouraged the crowd to go into the Capitol. For some reason, Epps has never been indicted for that. But there's no question he did it.
We need to go into the Capitol!
Under public pressure, the January 6th committee finally interviewed Ray Epps. Epps told the committee that he never entered the Capitol and therefore never committed a crime. His text messages showed that at 2:12 p.m., he boasted to his nephew that he had, quote, orchestrated the protests at the Capitol. He admitted he helped get people there. Yet, curiously, congressional Democrats consider Ray Epps an ally, not an insurrectionist. Tonight we can tell you that at the very least, Ray Epps lied in his sworn testimony to the January 6th committee. Epps testified that when he sent the text messages to his nephew, he had already left the Capitol grounds to return to his hotel room. That is not true. The surveillance footage we found shows that, in fact, Ray Epps remained at the Capitol for at least another half an hour. You're seeing that on your screen now. What was Epps doing there? We can't say, but we do know that he lied to investigators. The January 6th committee likely knew this too. Democrats had access to the same tape, yet they defended Ray Epps. No honest investigation would do that. But the point of the January 6th committee was never to investigate anything. The point was to stage a made-for-TV show trial. From the opening moments, the tone of the hearings was almost comically overheated and polemical. There is not a tragedy in American history that Democrats didn't liken to the protests of January 6th.
I'm from a part of the country where people justify the actions of slavery, the Ku Klux Klan, and lynching.
How staged and fraudulent was the work of the January 6th committee? Democrats hired a Good Morning America producer called James Goldston to dramatize the footage they released. They even dubbed in audio to make the pictures more sensational, as in a docudrama. The networks carried it all live as if it were real.
So I've got a special interview for you today. This is with Kim Wargo. She's a January 6th defendant. She ended up getting caught up in the entire stupidity of their prosecution. And there's only one person who can tell that story, and that is Kimberly Wargo herself. Kim, thank you for coming on today. I know this is probably, I don't know, it's been a couple of years, but it's probably still kind of like an open scab, an open wound for you. So let me just jump right into it, because I got a bunch of stuff. I've never talked to somebody who was actually involved in January 6th. So let me just ask you, why did you decide to go to President Trump's speech on January 6th?
Plain and simple. I figured it was going to be the one and only rally I would be able to go to.
So when you arrived now you were in Ohio, correct? So when you went from Ohio to Washington, what was the overall mood of the people that you met? I don't know if you went in a hotel the night before. What were people thinking, and were they enthused about being there? Were they combative? What was the mood of the attendees that day?
It was great. You know, we left the night before. My son got out of work. It was like 9 o'clock at night. So we had a long drive out there. But we left the night before. We ended up, just staying in a hotel room for, a couple hours, get some sleep, then drove to D.C. in the morning. It was great. It was great. It was fun. It was loving. It was, if somebody ran into you, it was, oh, excuse me, not, get the hell out of my way.
Right.
It was just heartwarming almost,
right,
just to see how many people out there agreed with you.
And a lot of people don't realize, who haven't been to a Trump rally. Myself, I've been to probably 5 or 6 myself, personally, with my wife. I would not have taken my wife into any situation where I thought it was dangerous. And the same thing, the first time we went, and I was like, okay, keep your eyes open, see what's going on here. And it was like one giant party. I mean, everybody wanted you there. Everybody spoke to you. I'm black, didn't have any problem. My wife is white. She didn't have any problem. And so the entire blow up that everyone said, that MAGA people are violent, it's just not true. It's absolutely not true. So after the speech was over, why did you go to the Capitol?
All right, this is actually what happened. It was so cold that morning. I had no idea how cold it was going to be. And so seeing that I was tired and we were there for hours, it was shortly before Trump finished his speech that I told my son, I'm like, we got to go. Let's go back to the car. I'm done. I'm just ready to go home. So as we were walking back to the car, I don't even know if you can put this on, but we ran into Alex Jones talking.
Oh, okay.
And then my son, wanted to stop and see. I didn't even know who Alex Jones was at that time. Yeah. And so we stopped there and listened to him and Owen Schroyer talk. And they were talking to, that everybody was going up to the Capitol just to redress their grievances,
right.
Well, lo and behold, I'm one that got sucked right up into it. I'm like, yeah, let's go. So we were walking, and so many people, Barry, so many people. And not one person did I hear of that, they were angry and they were going to storm the Capitol. Nothing. Everybody was just going just to be there, right, to support Trump and us. So by the time we got up there, the fencing around there had already been taken down. So we just walked up, we walked with everybody else. And then we saw Alex Jones up there again. I guess he was going to do some sort of speech or something up there. And all of a sudden we hear him say, that they're shooting flash bombs and grenades, and everybody was supposed to go to, I don't know, someplace else, the back of the Capitol or something like that. I don't know. Well, my son and I, him being, former military, he knew exactly what they were shooting. And so, we went over to this other side of the building and just watched what was going on. We weren't involved in any of it. Finally, when all that stopped, everybody started walking into the Capitol.
Now, I got to ask you a question. At what point did they open, what was it, tear gas or smoke bombs? Where was everybody when the smoke bombs got launched?
They were just shooting them out into the crowd, and there were tens of thousands of people there.
Wow.
And we were like to the side. We weren't in the middle of the crowd. So we were to the side, and even then, you know, the smoke and everything was getting into our faces. Mm-hmm. So they fired upon us first, is basically what it comes down to.
Was it tear gas or just smoke?
Well, flash bombs, tear gas. Okay. I mean, so anyhow, like I said, after they stopped doing that and people started walking up into the Capitol, like I said, I'm ready to go. You know, I'm there. And we ended up walking in, and nobody stopped us. I think, did you see the picture that I sent Ashley where they're waving people in?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Literally waving us in. And there we were, you know, walking around and just, you know, eyes up in the air, looking at everything, you know, and that's it.
So prior to this day, have you ever been to the Capitol building before?
Nope, never have even been to Washington, D.C.
So it was almost like a tourist attraction. You're like, oh, we're in here and we're walking around. Were you taking pictures as you walked around?
I took a few. Yeah, who didn't? Everybody did.
Yes.
You know?
All right, so this is Barry from the present. That's a taped interview. We're going to get back to it really quick. Talking to Kim Wargo. Some people in chat here have said, is Barry there? Is he actually going to be live? Yes, I am live. I am here. We pre-recorded this interview. And you have to understand, this interview, reason why I'm here on Rumble and on X is because there is no possible way that I could have put this interview on YouTube. If I had put this on YouTube, it would have already been taken down. They will not allow anyone to talk about January 6th in the way that Kim is going to talk about it. She's going to give everything from her perspective. And I love the fact that that's how this thing is going to go. So let's continue.
And
so before the interview continues, this was a video I recorded with Kim about a month ago. I put it on Rumble and on X, but I couldn't include it on YouTube. Maybe I can't include it now. Maybe taking a chance. Maybe they'll say, nope, still can't do it. But after Trump has been inaugurated and with the executive orders that he's put out there, I believe it's fair game. So we'll find out.
Go ahead.
From the time you entered until the time you left, how long were you actually in the building?
We were in there for about a half hour.
Okay.
And we were walking around, and, you know, the FBI had other pictures of us. We were walking. What had happened initially is after we came in, a few minutes later, there was a whole gathering, I guess, that people outside of the chambers, okay? And my son pulled me aside, and he's like, come on, let's get away from here. So we did. We went up a stairway, not knowing where we were going. And we ended up, I guess, in the hallways of Pelosi's office and everybody else. I didn't know, you know, where the heck we were at. But so by this time, after walking through, we're trying to find a way out. We go down this hallway, and then we go to turn, and there was a stairway just lined with policemen, you know, in their riot gear, and they all had guns pointing at us.
Oh my God!
So my son and I are like, okay, we just want out, you know, don't shoot, we just want out. And so they almost threw us down the stairs to get out, but we ended up leaving.
They actually put their hands on you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And just as we got out of the building is when we heard that Ashley Babbitt got shot.
Oh, did you hear the shot too? Or,
yeah.
Oh my God. So, I mean, how close to her were you, or you just heard it?
No, just heard it. We weren't close.
So after that, you leave the building, and what happens next? Do you go home?
No, 100%. Let's go to the car. Let's go home. It's been a long day.
All right. So how long after you were home, back in Ohio, it's over, how long before you get the next knock on the door or realize something is happening?
Well, I'm a little bit of a smartass, just so you know, okay? It was probably, I think, about 2 months later. My son had called. I had the day off of work. It was a Thursday. And my son had called me, and I'm driving around in my car with a friend of mine. And he said, "You're never going to guess who called." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "Well, it was the FBI." And I'm like, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, they're going to call you." So they called me, and I was driving, so I didn't answer the phone. So I pulled aside, called him back, and he said, "This is, I don't know, so-and-so, I don't even remember." Right. And he goes, "We'd like to come and talk to you." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry, this is my day off. I'm out garage sailing." And he goes, "Well, Miss Wargo," he goes, "we can meet you up at your job if you would like." I said, "Okay, I'll be home in 10 minutes. So they came over, questioned me. I had nothing to hide because we didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. A lot of people feel that I don't have anything. I didn't do anything wrong, and we're just going to have a conversation. And right. as much as everybody has learned through your experiences and the other people there, and everything you should know at this point is don't say anything to these people unless you have an attorney with you.
Me from the president again, I just want to underscore that. I know many of us were brought up that police and law enforcement were authorities that we could trust and that we could speak to and not have to worry about our words being twisted. Those days are long over. I don't care if it's your local police. Do not ever talk to a law enforcement officer without an attorney present. That whole thing about they can and will use what you say against you is probably a lot more stringent and a lot more twisted than they make it out to be, or how it used to be. Now, you can get in some serious trouble with something innocent you had to say, because then they can come back, "Well, you said this before, and now you lied to us, and now it's gone from just a simple misdemeanor into a felony." Be very, very careful. I just want to make sure you guys understand that.
Right. But again, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm one of those people. If I do wrong, I'll admit it. If I don't do wrong, I've got nothing to hide. And another thing I didn't tell you when we were in the Capitol is we were cleaning up. My son stopped some guy from breaking down a door, which I think they should pay us like $5,000 for the cost of that door that wasn't broken down. The velvet rope things that were, like hit over, we were picking those up. Papers on the floor, picking them up, putting them back on the table.
Now, isn't that all on film as well?
Well, you'll see, it should be. Mm-hmm. You'll see that, I don't know if I sent Ashley the video that in the beginning, when Tucker was still on Fox, the very end of a video that he has, you'll see two people walking through the halls. The boy or the guy picking up the sign and putting it back. That was me and my son.
Oh, wow.
So we were cleaning stuff up, yet all this stuff still happened to us.
So you go to talk to him, you have the interview. How long after do you do the interview before you realize they're coming to pick you up?
Well, that wasn't the first time they came to us. They had come to us a second time a couple of months later because they told us not to worry about anything, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. So a couple of months later, they got back to us again and told me and my son, asked us if we knew anybody who, was breaking the law or anything like that, because if we ratted people out, things would go easier on us.
Wow. So now you said like a couple of months. So the event was on January 6th, obviously. Now you're into March or April before things start escalating?
Even then it wasn't even escalating. They had just kept, talked to us. It was almost a year later. It was...
Wow.
It was in May of the following year of 22.
Wow.
That we got a phone call saying that we were charged with capital punishments, and that
what was the actual charge? Trespassing? Was it trespassing or no?
No, hold on. Where's it at? There were 4 separate charges.
Oh my goodness.
Shoot, I got all my paperwork here. what were they? Damn it, I want to be honest.
Don't worry about the charges at this point. Let me ask you this. Were they felonies or misdemeanors?
Misdemeanors.
Okay, they're all misdemeanors. Okay, all right. So
what I wanted to say there, and somebody picked up on it in the chat here, Janeway, is she was never charged, nor was her son ever charged with, quote, insurrection. Having since looked everything up, she basically got a trespassing warrant for being someplace you're not supposed to be. Basically trespassing. Being in a facility that you don't have the right to be in. No felonies. None. Not a single felony. She didn't plead down to anything. No insurrection. Nobody was charged with insurrection. It was all a crock. All of it was a crock. But wait till you see what happened to her and how long she had to serve for basically trespassing.
you're charged. Did they tell you to show up at a Ohio FBI office, or did you have to go to Washington? So you went to an Ohio FBI office. Did they ever have to extradite you to Washington, or everything at this point now is taking place in Ohio?
Everything was in Ohio. I haven't been allowed to be back in D.C. since I was there on January 6th.
What do you mean you're not allowed to be back there?
I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to.
How did they ban you from an entire city? They said as part of your punishment, they said you can never come back here again?
At least as long as I'm on probation.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm not allowed to leave the northern half of Ohio for 3 years.
Oh my God. Oh
my God. My daughter lives in Columbus. I can't even go visit her.
Wow. See, this is the stuff that doesn't get on the news. So how long were you ever in custody? Did they actually take you in and do the whole fingerprint and mugshot thing?
All right, so I want to make sure you guys understood that. Somehow, they have banned her from going to the entire city of Washington, D.C. You can't even come in the city. Don't bother showing up, ever. Or at least during the term of your probation, which, by the way, her probation is for 3 flipping years. Don't come to Washington, D.C., which means unless Trump immediately pardons these people, which nobody's talking about on the news, unless Trump pardons these people, they can't go to the inauguration. Imagine that. Imagine that. These people who have been in jail, who've gone through all this stuff, who now have the guy they wanted in office, and because of what happened on January 6th, they can't even come to Washington, D.C. They can't go to the inauguration. They have paid the ultimate price. They've done everything. They've gone to jail. They're still being hassled, and they can't even go to the inauguration. So he's got to do something very quickly once he's, well, I guess they can't, because if he doesn't get inaugurated till the 20th, you know what? He should have the inauguration in Florida. That would be the biggest slap in the face to the scum people in the swamp. I don't know if there's any law that says you have to be inaugurated in Washington, D.C. I say, listen, come on down here to Dolphin Stadium, hold it in this 70,000 person stadium. Nice sunny day. Don't have to be cold. Don't have to worry about snow or any inclement weather. It might rain down here. But in any event, hold it down here. Get inaugurated right down here by Mar-a-Lago. I think that's what he should do. You guys let me know if, I don't know, I'm going to have to look that up. Does the inauguration have to take place in Washington, D.C.? You tell me.
Yeah. So this is where it gets even more interesting and fun. So my son and I had surrendered. We had gone down to the federal building, and they took our pictures. They fingerprinted us. They scanned our eyeballs. They put my son in leg shackles, whatever you want to call them. Threw him and me in separate cells. And until it was, I don't know how many hours later, but we were able to see a judge only through a gate on a phone were we allowed to see this judge.
Wow.
And so anyhow, then They released us each on $25,000 bond.
25,000 each or collectively?
Each.
Wow.
Each.
Okay.
And put us on what is it? Pretrial services.
Okay.
You know, which is basically probation before we go to court.
Right.
All right. Now, this is another fun. This leads into a whole different story. They didn't give us any paperwork at all. We had nothing. And, but how do I put this? My son's pretrial probation was different than mine, which it shouldn't have been. Should have been the same. I mean, I no alcohol for me and all this other stuff. And I couldn't understand why. Had no idea. Nobody would give me any paperwork. It wasn't until a year later.
Another year, okay.
Another year that I had gotten a new attorney because we had to do our court in D.C. via Zoom. Mm-hmm. I thought we were in the courtroom and the judge said that everything stays the same. And he started listing off a whole bunch. I've got them right here. A whole bunch of these 9 previous convictions on me. Okay. Which is why my pretrial probation was harsher than my son's. And I'm like, that's not me. It's not me. I've never been arrested. I don't have a parking ticket. I don't have anything, right? So then I had to go and prove that I was not that other person that they tried to pin these charges on, which that goes against my constitutional rights too, you know?
She's so right there. She had to prove that it wasn't her instead of them having to prove that it was her. You know, the whole innocent to proving guilty. Oh, hey, we found this other woman we found this woman named Kimberly Wargo. Oh, that's your name, right? She's got 9 felonies here, so this must be you. No, it's not me, or you're going to have to prove it. Why should this woman have to prove that she's not the woman of the same name with all these charges? You're in law enforcement. Look it up. I cannot believe they put this woman through this.
I shouldn't have to prove my innocence.
And they should know. And they should know. I mean, they've got fingerprints. They've got all the information. It's pretty simple for them to compare that with somebody else who had done these crimes.
Right. So anyhow, I went and I did a whole list of things. Cost me a whole lot of money to prove that wasn't me. And then I think it was like 4 days later, went back in front of the judge again, and they sentenced us.
And to actual jail time or just like probation? I mean, did you have to? So you had to turn yourself in.
Yeah, this gets even better.
Oh my goodness.
So both my son and I were sentenced to federal prison for 2 weeks. You know, final charges were basically trespassing.
Wait, Kimberly. So you're telling me you've never been in trouble before? You've never probably even been arrested. You've never been convicted of anything. Been a tax-paying citizen, and on misdemeanor charges of basically trespassing, they said you got to go to jail for 2 weeks.
Not just jail, federal prison.
Okay.
So,
can you believe this? This is the stuff the media doesn't want to talk about. A tax-paying woman who's never been in trouble, never even had so much as a parking ticket, gets charged with what amounts to misdemeanor trespassing, and they threw her in federal prison for 2 weeks. 14 days in federal prison for trespassing. I can't even comprehend that. I'm seeing what these newcomers, well, I can actually say the word here. I see what these illegal aliens are doing and how they're getting away scot-free with all kinds of stuff. And they get a handshake and, just go on your way. It's going to be okay. And this woman went to jail in the federal pokey for 2 weeks.
Oh, and then, so it was federal prison for 2 weeks, a $500 fine, $510 fine, 60 hours community service, and 3 years probation. This is where it gets even better.
Wait, before she gets there. All right, so just to repeat that. She got community service, She got 3 years probation. So what that is if you screw up any time during that 3-year period, you go to jail for that 3 years or up to that 3-year period. So even though you got 14 days that you had to go into pokey, we're going to give you probation for 3 years, which means you better be a good little girl and don't talk and don't do this stuff again, because if you do this thing again, we've got this 3 years hanging over your head like the sword of Damocles. She would have to report to federal prison for up to 3 years if she so much they deem so. All they have to do is violate her probation. This woman, she's a saint. You have to be a saint at this point. You have to be looking over your shoulder, make sure you're not speeding, make sure you're not saying the wrong thing, because you never know if someone's going to knock on a door and say, you got to come with us.
Attorney had said something to
All right, so it's live. It's 5:28 on Friday evening, early Friday evening. I'm watching all the feeds, waiting to see if Trump gets to California and meets with Gavin Newsom. He has not arrived as of yet. I know there's a couple of people in the chat are going, is this live? The video is live. I'm right here. It's Friday at 5:28. What you're watching is a taped interview with Kim Wargo. The only time I've ever had a chance to actually speak to somebody who had to go through all this J6 stuff. The great news is she has been pardoned at this point. So let's go ahead and continue.
Judge, know that this was a little harsh. The judge blatantly looked at my attorney and says, well, you can talk to me after the election.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So then they my son went in to his prison, which he went to a prison camp rather than prison, which I was grateful for. But then a week later, I went in and they sent me to a federal medium security prison in West Virginia. And
she lives in Ohio, and they shipped her to West Virginia to a federal prison. This diminutive older woman, and I don't mean old bad, I mean like she's not just a kid, a parent, and they tell her, yeah, you got to go to the big pokey up in West Virginia.
So I had to self-surrender. I had somebody drive me down there. They took me in, and they wouldn't let me bring anything in with me, not even my attorney's phone number.
Wow.
Nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. Threw away my clothes, strip searched me, tried to shoot me up with that bad little thing, and sent me to my cell. So I was there for 2 weeks, and then they refused to let anybody pick me up. They made me take a Greyhound home.
Why couldn't somebody pick you up and bring you home?
Because they weren't approved, but they were approved enough to come and drop me off.
So what they tried to do is make this woman's life as miserable as possible. And I can't even think that, hey, listen, we're going to go take you to prison and we're going to stick you with this job as well. I can't even imagine having to submit to all this and then tell you you're going to have to take a Greyhound out of town because we're not going to let your relatives come get you. We're not going to let anybody come here and pick you up. I'm like, what? I got to take a Greyhound? This is complete abuse. Nobody in the media will tell you these kind of things that these people have gone through. I mean, it's insane what these people have had to go through.
That doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense, and it's making even less sense because I had never talked to anybody who has gone through this, and it just sounds absolutely crazy. I mean, you're giving me some indication. I can't imagine. So your life gets basically turned upside down for a couple of years. You told me this progression. During that whole time, it must have been stressful not knowing if you were going to go to jail, when you were going to go to jail, how can you live your life. What was your actual quality of life like from the time of being first contacted by them to being actually released from prison? I mean, I can't imagine what your family went through the financial hardships, everything you guys had to endure.
I have a little bit of PTSD. I got to tell you. Every time, I see a cop, go down the street or something like there, whoever I'm with, I'm like, oh shit, there's the cops, got to wonder about things. But I don't do anything wrong. I never have. I've always been afraid of getting in trouble with the law. Always. So I don't speed. I don't drink and drive. I just want to live my life, and they refuse to let me. I can't even tell you the number of drug tests that they've given me.
While you're in, or since then?
Oh, from the first moment after we were arrested until after we got out of prison. Wow. Constant drug tests.
You see, by keeping her on probation for 3 years, it allows them to keep trying to find something. You're not allowed to drink. You're not allowed to do this. And God forbid we catch you with any marijuana in your system or anything else in your system. They were going to put you in jail for another, whatever the balance of her probation is. None of this gets discussed on the media. So they must actually want this to be the way these people should be treated for trespassing. They went into the Capitol, which supposedly is the people's house, and you walked around. You didn't do anything. They got her on film. They have all the pictures. They can see she basically walked around. Well, this is pretty cool. I've never been here before. And then come a year later and say, well, now we're going to have to charge you. What? You guys aren't busy doing real police work? You're not out there catching, illegal aliens doing stuff? We got illegal aliens out there doing all kinds of things to kids. 325,000 kids missing. And you're chasing this woman around for trespassing and 6-7 hours away? There's really something wrong with what this government did to people.
Wow. So when is the ordeal over, complete? Like when can you say, I'm done, I'm not being watched, I'm not being tested, I'm no longer on probation? When is it over?
When Donald J. Trump gives me a pardon.
What, are you still on probation right now?
Yeah, I've got another year and a half of probation.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
I'm not even allowed. Hold on. I'm not even allowed to carry pepper spray to protect myself. If I'm caught with pepper spray, they'll send me back to prison.
Good God. Well, okay, so the probation was based upon a sentence. The sentence obviously was suspended with probation. What was the actual sentence that they're holding over your head like a sword?
I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
Well, you said they'd send you back to prison if something were to happen. For how long?
Right. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea.
So I checked on that. It is that 3 years. So it was 14 days suspended with 3 years probation, and she's got a year and a half of this probation to go through, where anytime if they violate her, and I was asking her, I'm like, is talking to me going to violate your probation? Because they gave her an order that you couldn't talk to the media. Well, this is an instance where, I'm not a journalist. I'm not the media. So don't go bothering Kimberly. Chill. Let her go. She's telling her story.
Yeah. But that's, for 3 years while I'm on probation, because I'm some hardened criminal.
So were you working before you went to the rally in January 6th? And yeah. Are you working now? Obviously you couldn't work while you were in prison, and the whole thing was probably, did your boss work with you, or what happened with your life in terms of being able to work and sustain yourself?
All right. I was working. I always worked. I never stopped. But anyhow, they did let me go from that job. They didn't give me a reason, but I know what the reason was. So anyhow, then I went to work for this other place, and they didn't know anything about it. I didn't feel that anybody should have to know anything, especially they're Democrats. Okay, they're not wacko Democrats, but they're Democrats. And when I finally did get sentenced and I had to tell them, they were absolutely wonderful to me. They covered my shift at work, my boss and his boss, they because I'm a bartender server. Mm-hmm. They covered my shifts at work, just told everybody I was on vacation for 2 weeks. And they've been really good to me. Very good.
So now looking back on this, I guess close to 3 years at this point, if you had to do it all over again, would you still have gone to Washington that day?
In a heartbeat.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
I was shocked when she said that. She hadn't seen the question in advance. I was expecting her to say, if I had to do it all over again, I don't think I would go through this. That's the kind of effect Donald Trump has had on so many people. That's what the media, that's what the left, that's what the libnuts didn't understand, that people were prepared to crawl through broken glass to vote for Donald Trump. This woman went through hell. She got to go to jail for 14 days. She lost her job. Her second job they covered for her. She's going through a little bit of PTSD, she says, and she would absolutely vote for Donald Trump, which she did.
So many people you talk to, and obviously what the objective of what they're doing is try to break people's will, just completely break them, make sure that they're never going to look at voting this way, a certain way, ever again. And hearing you say, no, you didn't break me. You put me in jail. You did all these things to me. You said you had PTSD a little bit, but you didn't break me. And I think that resilience is what they don't realize. They never counted on that.
They messed with the wrong woman. They messed with the wrong woman.
How's your son doing?
He's good. He just, he was trained in the Marine Corps. He knows how to handle things. He's just sailing through.
Is he working now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's never stopped either.
Oh, good. Okay. So here's a big question as we get ready to close. Who did you vote for?
Come on.
Love it. And so essentially, they wasted all this governmental time. They wasted all this governmental money and resources to go after a woman in Ohio, hoping they would break her spirit and break her will. And I can just tell from talking to you that they didn't succeed.
Oh, no, they made me stronger. They just made me stronger.
So what would, in addition to Trump basically pardoning the J6ers, what else would you like to see happen in this administration?
Oh, God, where do I start? First and foremost, I'm the illegals is my hugest, what a stupid word, my biggest problem, okay? The newcomers, as you would say. Anyhow, it's not fair that they can come across our border and their first act in this country is to break the law, okay? Me, I was born here, raised here, paid my taxes, and the first time I stepped foot in the people's house, they throw me in prison.
And meanwhile, they get EBT cards and Visa cards and luxury hotel stays and everything else, and it's absolutely stunning what they've gone through. Now, you live in Ohio. I don't know how far away from you are where the area was where the Haitians were doing what they were doing, but have you seen any insurgencies in your area from the newcomers? No. Okay, good to hear that.
I live in a small town. I mean, I'm up towards the Cleveland area, but I live in, a small township. I go to work, I come home. I don't do much anyhow, which I never did before anyhow. Right. So my daughter who lives down in Columbus is closer to where Springfield is. Right. But anyhow, no, I don't see anything because I don't go anywhere. If I go anywhere, I'm going to get in trouble. Do you understand?
Yeah, that's right.
I've got a mouth.
Do you have to wear a monitor or anything?
No.
So it's just if they hear that you were there or are spotted somewhere, they can get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you still have to report like once a month or something to a probations officer or something?
Yep.
Man, that's crazy. So how soon? I've been watching and I've been waiting for him to say what he's going to do. And I watch CNN and all the stations. Do you think it's going to happen? You think that sometime after January 20th, he's going to issue the pardon?
He better and invite me to Washington. I mean,
all right. So last question. Given your complete specific involvement with the FBI, who's your pick for director of FBI?
I don't know. I can't. You know what? It doesn't matter who I choose. The man knows what he's doing. I'm going to let him choose what he needs to do and let that be, because what I say isn't necessarily the right thing. I'm too harsh.
I love that. See, that's what I've been trying to tell so many of you who are worried about this pick or that pick, and is this the right person, or this person used to be this way. That's what a Trump supporter is. He's the guy, and when he decides who he wants, that's the right person.
I'd be like, whoever it is, get them all the hell out of there.
Well, I got to tell you, for everything that you've gone through, there are men, strong men out there who would not have the resiliency and the attitude that you have right now. So God bless you and your son for what you've done and how you've survived, how you continue to live your life as an American, as a patriotic American. And I, for one, thank you for your service, because you did serve. Those months in prison are service as far as I'm concerned.
Hold on. Let me tell you this other thing. The first day I was in prison, I had just got there, and I went to go into the food line for lunch, and I get through, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I've never been to prison before. And as soon as I get my tray and go through, I hear, "Hey, J6er." There were 3 other J6 women there.
How'd they know?
That's prison, baby. That's prison. I don't know.
So you guys were bonded together running the cell block.
Instantly. But no, that was just in like the food area, because they separated us all. We weren't allowed to be in the cell blocks. But
I wonder how they knew. That's funny. That's really funny.
I'm telling you, it's prison. I don't know. I look at it as everything happens for a reason. God did this to me for some reason or not. I don't know what the hell the reason is, but everything happens for a reason. And hopefully, all of us J6ers, our 1,500 plus of us, have made some sort of difference with this government and other people in showing them that we need to stand up. I understand that my story and my son's story is not near as devastating as some of the other people from January 6th.
Yeah.
And I hope and pray that they all get released soon and their lives get back better. I really do.
All right. Well, Kimberly, thank you very much for your time. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. And for everybody else who just watched this video, understand these are regular people. These are people that you and I could be walking through the grocery store. We could see them, and they were wronged. They were absolutely wrong. Well, God bless you, and God bless you for being a patriotic American. And thank you for your time today.
Thanks, Barry.
All right, so this is me back to the present time. It is now 5:46 here on the East Coast. We're waiting for some video of Trump. I understand he has landed. That video that I did with Kim was about right after the election, obviously before the inauguration. She has been pardoned. She's a part of that group that was pardoned. So we're, hopefully want to get her back on. Now, things have not ended with the January 6th committee or the committee, but the whole January 6th thing. Everything you hear in these confirmation hearings, they keep bringing it up over and over and over again. Now, you guys want a real big joke? You really want to laugh? You're gonna laugh. Okay. I don't know why the alignment isn't working on these things. I'm gonna have to fix it. But you gotta see this. Let me fix this. Okay. Representatives AOC and that crapbag Jamie Raskin have filed articles of impeachment against President Trump for his decision to pardon those involved in the January 6 events. Let that sink in. Trump has been in office, check the calendar, 4 days. He's been in office 4 days. And these nutbags, AOC and Jamie Raskin, who just got a pardon, filed articles of impeachment against Donald Trump. And you're wondering how bad off these people really are. They couldn't be further off. They're completely toast. They got nothing. I don't even know how you could comprehend walking into the halls of Congress and say, hey, I know he's only been here 4 days, and I know we don't have the majority, and I know people are going to laugh at us, and I know basically the House chairman, whoever that is, I forget, is going to take this and wipe his butt with it, Mike Johnson. It's going nowhere. But let's go ahead and tell the Democrats we're still doing it. We're going to get them. We're really going to get him this time. I swear we're going to get him. If anything tells you that these people, one, are not serious people, two, have no way forward. None. There's nothing that they're going to have. There's nothing redeeming they can offer their people. At this point, it has to begin settling in. They're done. You filed articles of impeachment today, 4 days after this guy gets in the office, and after all the butt he's been kicking for the last 3 or 4 days. You people are stupid. Even your constituents, even Democrats, got to be looking at this and going, tell me this isn't what they got. Tell me this isn't what they're wasting their time on. We have no leader in this party. We don't have, Donald Trump is doing whatever he wants to do. His people are loving it. They're all running around saying winning. And then you're going to go ahead and file articles of impeachment that will just sit there and wither away. And you're happy because at least they'll be on the record that we filed it. Whew. Breathe. Be happy. Kim's pardoned. 1,500 other people are pardoned. He had a great meeting in North Carolina. He's about to land and come on here in California. I guess we can call that.
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
All right. I got to take this guy. You guys get your barf bags ready, but you're going to want some of this. This nut job. Yeah.
Look on in confidence to guide us through some of the most difficult and complex national security threats we have ever faced. And while I greatly respect his time in the service, regrettably, that person is not Pete Hegseth. This is no minor or ceremonial position. The Secretary of Defense is responsible for nearly $1 trillion budget, 1/8 of all federal spending, and the 3 million people who serve under that charge. In my time in Congress, I've worked with secretaries of defense from both parties who understood their sacred responsibility and upheld their oaths to support every one of our troops and lead our nation's military to the best of their ability. Secretaries Gates and Panetta, Mattis and Carter, and many others come to mind. But Mr. Hegseth lacks the experience to be the Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth has not shown the judgment to be Secretary of Defense. Mr. Hegseth has not shown the character.
If there's anything these Democrats do have, it's the ability to not look themselves in the mirror. This scumbag received a pardon for January 6th. He is proven to be a liar over and over and has no self-awareness. is surrounded by other scumbags, obviously, where he feels completely comfortable walking out here and saying crap about other people while he's got his pardon papers in his back pocket. You're going to talk crap about Pete Hegseth when there are so many instances of lies that you have done. Now, I see them getting ready. They're getting set up for Trump's meeting. And you won't believe Ted Lieu, one of Adam Schiff's friends, is up there. These people, they have no self-awareness. They must surround themselves with a gaggle of nuts. Well, actually, we know that. How could you possibly get up there and talk this kind of crap about Pete Hegseth? It makes no sense.
He has been nominated. I would like to speak also about what we need from a Secretary of Defense and what a more appropriate nominee should bring to this position of such immense responsibility. The challenges we face today are enormous. They demand real experience and leadership. The largest land war in Europe since World War II rages on. The Middle East is a tinderbox with a terrorist group still running Gaza, with hostages still in captivity, with the new Syrian regime of uncertain direction, a weakened but still dangerous Iran with all of its proxies still threatening retaliation. China looms as a peer global competitor with a stated object of expanding its influence and territory and outpacing the United States. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are increasingly aligned with the shared goal of rolling back U.S. influence and have developed a robust operational partnership. Iran and North Korea.
So somebody in the comment section said, Barry, why are you even showing this POS? I'm only showing it because some of the other guys, I mean, they've been doing it. The clown show has been going on literally for hours. I mean, just one after the other, getting up there and just talking all kinds of crap about Pete Hegseth. Why am I showing it? I am showing it because it underscores what I've been saying, that these people have nothing. As you're hearing him spew this stuff, and somebody said, why aren't you in California at this meeting? You know, as I look here in California, it's pretty interesting that on camera, this woman has, just look at this. On camera, things are burning down in California, absolutely burning down. And Karen Bass is at this meeting. She's talking. Or not talking. I think I froze the picture so you guys can see it. Look at that. She's just joking about it. It's fun. We're going to get to talk to Donald Trump. We're going to beg for money. This is fun. These people are an absolute joke. That's why I'm showing it, to just underscore what I've been saying, that these people can't win. We can't ever let them win again. Never.
And his administration, including, if he were confirmed, Mr. Hegseth, to support our Democratic partner. When the senator from Maine asked Mr. Hegseth about the omission of the war in Ukraine from his prepared remarks, here was his response. Senator, that is a presidential level policy decision. This from the person who is supposed to be the president's senior advisor on defense matters and a key official needed to rally NATO and other nations to Ukraine's defense. We have a moral and legal obligation and imperative to aid Ukraine in its existential fight against Russia and to protect our NATO allies should Russia's ambitions be left unconstrained. The last Congress made clear its support with bipartisan overwhelming votes to reaffirm our support for Ukraine in this fight, and we will do so again as necessary. It is not just a matter of Ukrainian security. If Russia is allowed to succeed in its objectives in Ukraine, whether on the battlefield or through a forced but favorable negotiated settlement, it will not stop there.
Russia, Russia, Russia. We don't even want, as he just said, we don't even want a negotiated settlement. They don't even want the war to end. Because if they have a negotiated settlement, Russia will just keep going. So what do you want? Endless war with us funding it? Yes, that's what we want. These people, unbelievable.
Xi Jinping is watching intently what is happening with Ukraine and whether America will continue to defend its allies and its values. This is why Taiwan supports U.S. aid to Ukraine, even if it means sending weapons there that might otherwise be shipped to Asia. Because Taiwan wants to know that if and when they face their own day of reckoning, that the United States will honor its commitments to come to its defense. Our allies must be able to count on us, on the President, on the Secretary of Defense. They must. A nominee who ignores our obligations or our national interests in helping Ukraine roll back Russia's war machine is not a person capable of defending our interests across the globe. They just aren't. The responsibilities go well beyond our foreign commitments. The Secretary of Defense has an enormous task to continue to rebuild the strength and readiness of our forces. For nearly 2 decades, wars in the Middle East and a long list of contingencies have pushed military readiness to the breaking point. The Army, Air Force, and Navy continue to face major recruitment challenges just to maintain their current size, let alone what may be necessary to, God forbid, fight a major war in the coming years. Against technologies we can only imagine now. We need a Secretary of Defense that can lead and inspire our troops, from the most senior officers to the youngest enlisted men and women. Mr. Hegseth has belittled women in the military. He has attacked people who live their lives differently than he would prefer. He has stood with those who violate the law rather than those who keep the peace. And he has no experience running a large enterprise. His experience running small enterprises was a terrible failure. We need a Secretary of Defense with the management experience to rebuild and reshape our national security for the challenges of the present and the future. As our assistance to partners in the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East have shown, we need to bring about urgent reforms if we are to produce the platforms.
Some of you guys are like, take them off, take them off. Again, I only show it so you can see what they're trying to do with Pete Hegseth. They're trying everything. And the biggest thing they're doing right now, which is embarrassing because everybody knows it, they're just stalling. This absolutely means nothing. The Republicans, more than likely, are going to be able to confirm Pete Hegseth. And if not, it's going to be tight enough where, J.D. Vance will probably be there to break a tie. But other than that, all I've heard is Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell, and Murkowski, which would make it 50-50 with J.D. Vance breaking the tie. I haven't heard anything else about anybody else jumping ship. So all of this is just theater. It is our government theater at this point. I can shift to the other channel here and I can just show you, but they're all just waiting for Trump to show up. And it's all it looks like they may be moving in place right now. I'm not really sure. Here, let me just show this to you and you can see for yourself what's going on.
Specific areas.
Well, here's the thing. Let's talk about this in real time. I'm seeing more and more stories here. LA wildfires disrupt major events across Southern California. They're prompting new focus on community mitigation efforts. I mean, the people had to come together for this.
Right.
Now let's look here. She knows, the mayor knows that she's standing in front of cameras right now. So she knows that this could be live or there's other things going on. She is a public figure. But we see her carrying on, and I know that you have to still laugh or enjoy a moment in time. I get that. Mm-hmm. But having said that, this is all about LA wildfires. And if I was one of the people we just interviewed who lost a lot of their structures or their housing or their business, I don't want to see the Democrat mayor carrying on and kicking it and laughing. I'm just sorry. If that's too much of being too judgy, I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is right now. She should not be just kicking it and laughing and carrying on. She should be sitting over there or being on the phone call right now with somebody that dealt with something so tragically in an area. Again, a lot of you that are watching right now are not obviously in Los Angeles watching. I know that some of you are, but for the rest of the country.
Yeah, of course she knows the camera's on her. She's standing right in front of it. It's not like she's off to the side. She knows she's basically running a show. She's standing directly in front of the camera. There's no way you don't know. Hey, there's a camera right there, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. She knows there's a camera there. The Democrats are scum. I'm sorry. There may be some really nice people out there who are Democrats. Oh, yeah. And then this guy, he walked back. Next time he comes by, you got to see it's Ted Lieu. You know, Adam Schiff's friend. He's wandering around in there. So you got a bunch of these snakes are just wandering around waiting for Trump to show up. It's unreal that these people are doing this stuff. Just going back and forth, then back and forth. And Trump is on the ground, and he is now getting ready to exit Air Force One. Let's see if he says anything when he comes off the plane. Let me get you there.
Behavior, Matthew, is really California Democrats. There is a disconnect. They are very committed to, they'll be at any BLM or LGBTQ, XYZA, yada, 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 a million genders, type of rally. But when it comes to actually infrastructure and taking care of citizens, they're nowhere in sight, or it doesn't seem interesting to them. And this was really the problem with Kamala Harris's campaign. She was genuinely uninterested in solving major problems, instead blaming people for those problems. And President Trump doesn't mince words. He gets right to it. He calls a spade, regardless of the letter you have next to your name as an elected official. So it will be very interesting to see how this press conference goes, and how I like the messaging of we are all in this together, but let's get this done. And President Trump, as a deal maker, has a way about doing that and getting people to the table that would otherwise not be sitting by him.
Exactly. So President Trump, when he arrives at these various events today, the Pacific Palisades tour of the neighborhood that's been destroyed, and then the briefing there in Los Angeles, I can guarantee you that President Trump is going to be sitting there, putting his one hand in his pocket, kicking it, laughing, talking about golf. This is not something to...
So Trump is on the ground. Let me see if I can get an updated feed. That feed may be a little behind, but we're going to go ahead. And it's funny because as I'm sitting here looking, Gavin Newsom didn't even bother to wear a coat and tie to come see President Trump. He's standing there in jeans. Let's go ahead. All right, so this is... That's Gavin Newsom at the bottom of the stairs.
We don't want to miss anything. Though we do want to head back to Capitol Hill if we can, if time allows, to get an update from Chad Pergram on the incoming Hegseth confirmation vote. I know a lot of you are interested in that story. Remember, as of right now, President Trump only has 2 Senate-confirmed positions in his cabinet ready to go. That's Secretary of State Marco Rubio and CIA Director John Ratcliffe.
So we're just waiting for Trump to come out of the airplane. He has not come out as of yet. So we'll continue monitoring this.
So Semaphore was reporting that the Trump White House will be beginning or initiating some type of review in the form of a task force on the efficiency of FEMA. And that will come via executive order, we are told today. I'm not entirely sure if it has come.
Alrighty, so just waiting for him to step out. Oh, that, of course, as soon as I turn away, he comes out. And there we go. And that's obviously Gavin Newsom right there. Gavin Newsom meeting Trump at the bottom of the stairs. Interesting. Very interesting. But we're about to have a party here. About to have a party. So, just to let you guys know what's going on, Trump and Gavin Newsom have met on the tarmac. And right now, as you can see, they are walking. Which feed is it? It's this feed. Which feed? Here you can see. It's that feed. So he's getting ready to talk. So let me hold on. I can hear him.
He said this. Okay, I'll stop. There he is. President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump. Let's listen.
Their microphones aren't working. Okay, hold on. Bringing in another feed since that's not working right.
Numbers of lives have been affected. A lot of real estate's been affected. Nobody's ever probably seen anything like this. You could almost say since the Second World War, when you think of it. I mean, nothing like this has happened. And we're going to get it fixed, so we'll get it permanently fixed, so it can't happen again. And again, we'll be talking a little bit later, and we'll get it worked out, okay?
I appreciate it, Mr. President.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Both of you have disagreed a lot over the past week over what has happened in this state. How do you plan to
we got to get it finished. We're looking to get something completed. And the way you get it completed is to work together. He's the governor of the state. And we're going to get it completed. They're going to need a lot of federal help. Unless you don't need any, which should be okay.
We're going to need a lot of federal help.
So we're going to take care of things, okay?
I have all the confidence in the world we'll work that out.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. I guess some of you are coming with us and some of you not. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll see you.
Okay, so that's all we're going to get right now until they get to the headquarters where they're actually having the meeting. Everybody's cut away. This camera, you can see this is where they're headed right now. They're headed to that command center, and at that command center is where they're going to have the meeting. But that's everything that's to be covered at the tarmac right now. When they get to the meeting and they're actually inside, you can hear, we'll be able to get things better situated. Never understand why they have those press gaggles right there on the tarmac or outside the White House when nobody can hear a doggone thing that they're saying. It's absolutely crazy to me, but that is what it is. And meanwhile, what do we got with these nuts over here? Are they still talking? Okay, who's up next? We have another nut coming up. Let me just see here. What's going on here? All right, so nothing is really going on there. They're in between. So right now it's 6:15. The next thing we're going to hear is what's going on at this meeting. So they're going to helicopter over to this area, wherever it is, and then they're going to have the actual meeting, which should some stuff come out of it. Did you notice how Gavin Newsom was very, what would be the word? Submissive? Understand that he needs Trump. So it's going to be very interesting when he starts talking about, I need voter ID. If he brings it up at this meeting at all, it'll be very interesting. So on the right-hand side, what you're seeing right now is the Senate chamber. And every so often, as you've been seeing, they just come up and whine and bitch and moan and cry about Pete Hegseth. Eventually, they're going to get in there and they're going to take a vote, which obviously I'm set up to cover. And we'll see when that is actually going to be ready. But in the meantime, everybody is getting ready for Trump and Gavin Newsom to head over to this command center where everybody is going to be having a meeting.
Damage there, speak to some people there, and really get a feel of what it's like.
I come to the floor today to
President Trump,
address some of my concerns about
trip to LA. He's spoken about this at length on Truth Social, especially when the fires were starting when they started on January 7th, and then now, of course, being there as Commander-in-Chief. And then, so we'll go from that bottom right screen, we'll make that obviously a larger screen, but then we'll be going to that LA briefing there where the mayor of Los Angeles, along with the governor and the president and other fire officials, will talk about everything that needs to be discussed. So all of that live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We're here live.
All right, so we're just in a waiting mode at this point. I've got 2 or 3 different feeds running to make sure we've got it all. And then I hope, Ashley, if you're watching, I hope it doesn't run up against the interview. We got a 7 o'clock interview planned with Congressman Buddy Carter. So it's live, so I don't know what's going to happen. We may have to bump him because if Trump and Newsom are still talking at 7 p.m., we're obviously going to have to take that. So let's see what you guys have to say thus far. Newsom is a joke. Kiss the ring, Newsom. Yep, Trump's going to get what he wants. Believe so. Newsom about to tell people, get that water from north flowing. I don't know what you do. If that's what he wants, if that's what he is going to require, I don't think you have a choice. You're going to say no to the president? No, we're not doing it. All right, well then, you go ahead and battle it out on CNN and MSNBC and see if that works out for you, because otherwise, it's not going to work out for California. The problem with that is There are many, many, many innocent people in California who don't deserve what's about to happen or what has happened thus far. I don't know how to deal with that. At the same time, I'm like, well, these people shouldn't have to suffer. There's tens of thousands of people who are suffering and more at risk. And all Trump is saying, you've got the key to your own issue here. It's very simple. But people are not going to see it that way. People are going to fight. They're going to say that Trump's being mean. He's not treating people correctly. You know it's going to come. In the meantime, while you're playing that out in the press, people's homes are burning down. Unbelievable. I don't know what to do. Newsom looks intimidated by a real leader. Not just a real leader, a leader that you're begging for money. This man basically has Newsom's political survival in his hands. I mean, he's going to be very public. He's got the bully pulpit, as they say. You guys can run to CNN and MSNBC and all that and say everything you want. But when Trump talks, as you just saw yesterday with the WEF, he's going to tell you he's had enough. Amira says Trump won't let them suffer. He actually loves them. Yeah, I understand that, but where's that negotiation go? We got to figure out where it is. Newsom needs to use the $50 million Trump block. Yeah, the money that they spent. I don't know if you saw yesterday, they turned down $1 billion proposal. I forget which, I think Republicans must oppose it. And they turned it down because it had conditions. They want nothing. Just give us the money and walk away. That's all they care about. The fire's going to put itself out. They keep voting for this stuff, but do they? I mean, we got to wonder. As you saw my interview with Michael Gates, yeah, Huntington Beach attorney. How many of these votes are not the real votes? How many of these votes that turn California into a blue cesspool are real? You know, they're going to have to start digging into that stuff. In the end, way more people will be in agreement with Trump and his actions than against him. Yep, DEI and newcomers, absolutely. The Mexican president, I just saw that. Where'd it go? Just so you know, somebody posted something about, Mexican president is denying deporting flights from coming into Mexico. She not only is she allowing the flights in, she's also building a huge camp with a whole bunch of big tents to hold these people. So it's almost like a Newsom thing. She's saying one thing on TV, but the news reports are there with cameras and see her building these camps. Trump needs to find a way to bypass California and get the money direct to those that suffered. You probably could, but that's going to take a lot of time. Now, that's the one thing even the people with money don't have is time. I mean, California, with all the red tape in terms of permitting, and even though Newsom said I'm going to relax the permitting and stuff, this isn't going to happen overnight. And then on top of that, are there people to work? Did they all leave the state? This is going to be really crazy. In their socialist ways. And as I'm watching people walk around, I did notice, obviously, Karen Bass, and I did notice Ted Lieu. So all the socialists are there. They're going to come out swinging, begging, and demanding, give us the money. And I wonder how much of that negotiation is going to be in public here. Newsom knew enough to meet him at the airport. So who knows, as they're flying over in a helicopter, what's being said. What's being said right now on that helicopter? Don't embarrass me, bro. Whatever you do, don't make me look like a kid. Don't make me have to beg. Well, maybe the deal gets cut on this helicopter ride. Maybe it's already cut by the time they walk in this room. Think about that. Trump will do what's in his power to do in California. So, Ashley, again, it's 6:22. I'm going to let you guys watch this for a second. I got to talk to Ashley because I don't know. The way this is timing out, Buddy's supposed to come on at 7 o'clock, and it looks like we're going to run right up against Trump in California. So, While this is playing, I'm going to be talking to Ashley. Be right back.
History. So we're going to be going to Los Angeles there, as you see on your screen. On the bottom right, that's where President Trump will tour the Pacific Palisades neighborhood that is very affected by the wildfires. I once have traveled at one time there to the Pacific Palisades back in the day. You're looking at some drones right now. Producer, if you can let me know specifically what we're looking at, that'd be great. That definitely is not Air Force One, I know, but what is it? Who knows? Let us know as you get the information. But we do know that that vantage point right now, I believe, is on its way to Los Angeles, possibly to assist with wildfire efforts. A beautiful vantage point there. Again, if you guys know, what feed is that, Director? I don't hear you guys on the mic. Can you let me know what we're looking at? Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. We're looking at what I'm hearing from the producer. That's the pool camera that we have access to here at the network. Taking video of that's not Marine One. I know that. So. Is President Trump on board there? I'm not sure, but I mean, if they're going to have a feed of this, that might be what it is, Robert.
You know, I've seen these specific planes, and I can't identify them with their call sign, but they do tend to travel with.
Okay. Okay, so it's an aerial tour there.
Okay, fantastic.
But we're not confirming if the president is on one of those aircraft, correct? We don't. Basically, you haven't.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Excellent.
All right. So President Trump is on one of the aircraft there. We're hearing from our.
Excellent. So the aerial tour of the fire damage brought to us by our producers, and we see what looks like Marine One in the background there. So fantastic. That's excellent coverage and footage of all of this with President Trump and the motorcade in the sky that will go and look over the damage, surveying what's happened in Southern California. And isn't it striking, Matthew, just the beautiful backdrop of what is Southern California, those golden beaches and sunsets that are unparalleled compared to the rest of the world?
Yeah, exactly. I've seen one in San Diego before, and it's awesome because obviously the sun sets in the west, and man, when you see that sun just go right down, it's just beautiful. As we know, it's not the sun actually moving, it's the earth. Yeah, we get it. But here's the point. That is the President of the United States inside that middle aircraft there. That is Marine One. This is live right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. The President on his way to Pacific Palisades. To the south, so behind where he is flying right now, is the city of Los Angeles. To the north is where he's going, Pacific Palisades, right outside of the city limits there. I believe it's still in LA County, though.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So we'll be seeing, he'll be seeing the aerial tour right now. The president, I'm sure, looking out the window and seeing the situation there in LA. And then he'll be outside in Pacific Palisades, touring the neighborhood. And then you see the ocean, I believe, right there on the right of your screen, as it's a little bit moving around, of course, but considerable in understanding, obviously, quite the image, a live image here from one of the aircraft to where the president is. And then that bottom right screen, that's where the commander-in-chief will be ending up today in LA. For this coverage as well. So once the coverage is done in the bottom right corner of your screen, the president then will fly on to Nevada for tomorrow's great rally that you can see right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely, of course, will be here, and then RSBN's Christina Loren covering the great rally. So what a great image right there. I mean, this is making me think of Top Gun all over again, even though it's not F-16s out there.
Well, right. Well, it is a mission.
Say what? Did he just say that Trump has decided to do a rally tomorrow in Las Vegas or somewhere in Nevada? Actually, he's doing a rally. Who decided all of a sudden Trump was doing a rally in Nevada? It didn't tell us all. So now wait a second. Let me just look this up. Let me just see if I can continue with these guys while I look up what I'm going to be doing tomorrow afternoon.
Damage once and for all. Now, I anticipate more of a federal assistance specifically with these fires and the rebuilding in California. Also, I believe to prevent the price gouging from happening as well, because we saw with the Hawaii fires under Biden that some of these big corporate entities like BlackRock is a great example, coming in and trying to develop real estate there where people had their homes for years and years. You don't want something like that to happen in a situation where someone takes advantage of that, or a big corporation. And we saw that the BlackRock CEO in Davos running from investigative reporters when they were asking simple questions about President Trump's speech to them about how they feel about the tariffs and will this be a problem for your business activities worldwide, because you clearly have a different philosophy of national sovereignty versus globalism. Something to think about, although we want people to be safe and sound first and foremost, but bad people take advantage of these situations. And I think with Western North Carolina, the same question could happen, but perhaps you'll have more of a state response, being that these are two different kinds of disasters.
So we're seeing the aerial tour here ourselves. So we're seeing what President Trump is seeing and the First Lady right now, even though the live bug in the top left of the screen that's usually there, even though it's not there right now, it's because obviously we're showing you this great live footage. But we are live right now. It is 6:27, almost the bottom of the hour, as we all...
All right, so I have confirmed. Yay, yippee-ki-yay. Guess what, folks? We got to rally. We're rallying tomorrow. We got to rally tomorrow. just found out these guys let it out the bag, and there we go. Let me see if I can enlarge this so you guys can see this even better. Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and look at this. All right, so we have tomorrow, President Trump will be doing a speech rally in Las Vegas at the Circa Resort and Casino, Galaxy Meeting Room on the 3rd floor. Doors open. This is obviously Vegas time, so it's 9:30. Doors open. Rally starts 3:30. 3:30 our time here on the East Coast. Not really sure who else is going to be speaking. Man, we are so busy. And everything else, now we just find out we got to rally tomorrow. We got to rally, folks. 3:30 tomorrow. I'm psyched. I'm good with that. I am definitely good with that. So we're gonna be rallying tomorrow. Hope you guys can join me. 3:30 tomorrow. I'll probably go live at 3, maybe 2:30. Look for the announcement. You're probably not gonna get a notification on YouTube because of the fact we're doing so many live shows. You're only allowed to get 3 notifications. You're only allowed 3 notifications every 24 hours. And we're doing 2 or 3 shows per day, so it is what it is. Just keep looking in our private free X group. If you haven't joined yet, you should definitely join. That way you can find out more stuff. Go to fanfareshop.org/group, and it's free. There's no cost whatsoever. And because we're waiting for Trump, he's basically flying around and looking at all the burned up stuff, we might as well go ahead and go to a hoodie giveaway. What do y'all think about that? I think we should just go ahead and give away a couple of hoodies right now, because we should. Let's just go ahead and give away some hoodies. So we're going to give away 3 hoodies right quick here. Let me get to that screen so everybody can see. Okay. This is when we give out hoodies. And let me get to my drum roll. It's down here someplace. You're not missing anything. He's flying around looking at the stuff that got burned up. All right, let's go. Ward Rhodes. Ward Rhodes is a new hoodie winner. Nice red hoodie. There's my wife in it. Let's get ready to do another one. Ward Rhodes. Paula McCaskey, you have won not another, but you have won a hoodie. We just gave away one. And now one more. Glenn Glenn Roy, you have won a hoodie. So you know what? Tomorrow during the rally, we're going to give away 3 more. So you need to get in here because you might win a hoodie. Because it's cold in some of this parts of this country. And they feel nice, don't they? People who have won them, they tell me they feel pretty nice. So right now, Trump is still flying around looking at all the damage. So nothing's going on. Let me look at these guys. Nothing going on the Senate floor yet. There'll be another, probably every couple minutes, one of the Democrat nuts gets up there. At some point, John Thune will walk out and say, enough is enough. Let me just check with Ashley about Buddy Carter. What are we going to do about Buddy Carter? Maybe we can do it afterwards. Okay. All right. So she says she can't get a hold of him. Ask me he can wait or tell him I'll reach out to reschedule. Okay. That's what we do. Okay. So we're going to play it by ear. He may log in and I may have to tell him, gotta bounce you, bro. Trump's about to speak. So let's see. Let's take some comments here while we're waiting. All right, is well done, hoodie winners. Yeah, love it. Right now with all the flying, as this thing is going around, they're probably getting a lot of chance to talk right now. Hey, you like my polo shirt? I told you it was cold here, and because it was cold here, I had to put on my idea of putting on a hoodie for the show. Let me just see something. What are we up to? A balmy 56 here in South Florida. Yikes. Keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Well, they're right. We don't see anybody getting thrown out the helicopter, so remember that in Scarface where the guy gets tossed out of the helicopter? Great movie. I want a hoodie so bad. Can I buy one? No, we don't sell them. We only give them away. That way they keep their value more. Time to see a doctor, Barry. Got to keep up with Trump. Went to a doctor. Just so you know, there's frog in my throat. No fever. Nothing wrong with the blood. Everything's fine. He said, you just have been overworking your vocal cords. I'm like Axl Rose. I've been singing too much. Needs me to take some time off and get these vocal cords, rested. Tell him I can't do it. Got to do the show. But eventually, I thought tomorrow was going to be that day. You know what? Let me just take Saturday off. And the boss schedules a flippin' rally. And a cold outside hasn't helped at all either when I take the dogs out in that cold air. But other than that, we're fine. Trump is in the driver's seat here in California. Yep, I believe that. Fanfare merch. I know you guys have asked for it. I've been slow to put up a store because I don't want it at all to come across as, being greedy. The fact that you guys watch and keep coming back is my reward. So I didn't want to, put up a store and sell stuff. I just didn't want to do it. Just don't need to. But maybe we might have to. We do it and do it cheap. Then we could still probably do it. Well, look at that. Am I in Paradise City? I'm in Paradise State, baby. I'm in South effing Florida. It's every day it's paradise. And I'm literally 10 minutes, maybe 12 minutes away from looking at the beautiful ocean. I got to go there tomorrow because I got to go get a haircut and stuff. So I'll take the GoPro and we'll do a beach thing. What's Barry's full-time job? I do this full-time, but I don't call it a job. This is fun. I love it. Imagine getting up every single day and knowing that, I get to do what I want to do. If there was a full-time job, it's looking at real estate and looking at buying and selling houses. But even that, unless the deal makes sense, the deal doesn't get done. We're not out here just looking to buy houses just to buy them. The deal has to make sense. And we're getting to that point right now where deals are starting to make more and more sense. I'm starting to see some things in the market down here. He's landed. Yep, he's landed, but he's flying around out there. Let me see if he's at the location yet. Hold on, let me look. Nope, he's still flying around. So, he has not as of yet landed. And they're not at the headquarters. So they're still flying around, looking at the damage. Picture's awful. I mean, and I don't mean picture awful of the stuff. I mean the actual picture. Here, look, it's terrible.
First two bills and pieces of legislation that will become law, even possibly this weekend, if not by Monday morning.
Exactly. So his first bill to sign into law is the Lake and Riley Act. So we will be seeing that information here soon. We also interviewed Representative Eli Crane the other day, and also Representative John McGuire, 2 Navy SEALs out of the 6 Navy SEALs in Congress, working on and co-sponsoring the Lake and Riley Act. So I'm going to get the specifics on the act here. I want to read it.
So anyway, he's still flying around. We're waiting for him to land and go to this meeting. Raven Reese, thank you for all you do, and you should do merch because the fans want it. All right, that's Marketing 101. Give people what they want. We'll look at doing that. Do we have to sign up daily to win a hoodie? No, you do not. Once you're in there, you're in there. What the hell is that 90s phone they're using? Maybe just because it's in a command center, they did that. Yeah, the damage is unreal. The damage is really, really unreal. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. So Barry, you're busier than ever. Tell me about it. Tell me about it, how busy we're having to do this stuff. I can't believe we were just talking, and these guys on RSBN are like, yeah, tomorrow we got a rally. I'm like, rally? Did somebody just say rally? Just spouted? Just created a rally? That's what following this guy is all about. There is no concrete time. It's what he must tell people. Hey, I want to go to Las Vegas tomorrow, and while I'm there, let's have a rally. And I was listening to my wife talk to her sister. Her sister lives and works in Las Vegas, and she was talking about the traffic. And something told me. I'm like, Rob, did you know that Trump's coming to Vegas tomorrow? I didn't know it was a rally. I just knew he was coming. Now, on top of everything else, I can't imagine what the congestion in Vegas is going to be like. Whew, going to be crazy. Nope, not getting sick. I'm good. Just have a frog in my throat. Negative 20? What kind of what part of Pennsylvania are you living in? Wow, Philadelphia. Big football game this weekend, so it's going to be cold, very cold. Fanfare hats and shirts. All right, Ash, you taking this down? We enjoy listening to you daily during the election days. We realized you knew more than the TV reporters, and it was true. That's because the TV reporters, for the most part, are just reading words on a screen, and someone else has written them, and the pretty faces will just go ahead and blah, 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 blah. But they have not done any research, have not dug into anything, and really don't know much of what they talk about. I mean, that's why they bring in the analysts. Like when I'm watching Fox, and I love to see Jonathan Turley, love to see Mark Levin. Really love Victor David Hansen. And I got to find out how I can be a fellow. I always tell Robin, when they put on Victor David Hansen and they go, he's a senior fellow, and I want to be a fellow. I want someone to refer to me as a senior fellow. I always thought that term was pretty cool. Rain in Vegas tomorrow, really, except it's going to be indoors. It's an indoor rally, so... Oh, this is a cool shot. Look at this shot.
Lost there in Los Angeles. So President Trump is going to do everything he can to help the situation there in LA, but also to put into place with the Department of Interior and others to take care of the region there in Los Angeles so something like this doesn't happen again. Let's look at some of the containment information here.
So if I were Trump, I'd be like, yeah, I understand it's all burned up. Take me where the water is. I want to see the reservoir. I want to see your empty reservoir. I want to know why that big pit in the middle of the area has no water. Explain to me how you've got this huge, huge reservoir and no water in it. And before you answer, don't lie to me because I've already talked to my people. So tell me why there's no water in this big pit. And he's going to have to give him the answer. And then he's going to have to say, if there was water in this big pit, this giant hole in the ground. If there was water, how much of this damage that you're flying me around would have taken place? That's another big question. And then there's a third question that a lot of people have been talking about. And that third question is, what if there was some sort of irrigation from the ocean? Even though it's salt water, it goes through some sort of filtration. Not for people to drink, but it's actually wet stuff to put on burning stuff. I mean, people here have irrigation from canals in different places. Some of the water is brackish, and they use it to, water their lawns. Why is there no irrigation coming from, some pool of water, whether it be the ocean, a bay, or why is that not done? Answer questions. All right, so what do we have on? I think the drone people are on the ground. Here, what we got here.
But to your point, Matthew, I think people are tired of their government not working for them, because the reason it exists
in the lower
first
right,
and
you can
foremost
see,
is the protection of citizens, the general welfare of the United States from the federal level. That's with the protection of the military, and of course, your state and local government exists to.
I can't believe Karen Bass. Cannot even believe. How can you look at these people with? Looks like she's getting ready to talk before Gavin Newsom gets there. Here, you can see what she's looking at.
Did fight those Northern California fires over the years now as a teacher, and really was a brave individual. Go in there in the summer, saw it as a duty to his nation, also something that he had of deep interest. But I was worried about him in the summertime, and thank God that he was safe when doing that. But you're up against Mother Nature, and so for anyone that would be an arson in a situation like this.
Now I'm seeing a bunch of Democrat congressmen there. It looks like Marine One is on the ground, so Trump should be emerging and walking through relatively quickly. Let's see. Hold on. And I want to bring up the live event. Okay, and let's get the live.
All right, so you're seeing a lot of the behind the scenes as well.
So what was interesting there, I found very interesting, you saw President Trump and you saw Melania walking from the helicopter to the motorcade. And when he got off the helicopter, I didn't see Gavin Newsom. I have no idea what happened to him. So now they're probably en route to this command center where the meeting is going to be held. And we shall see real soon what goes on at this meeting. So we'll see this. Where is the Secret Service? The Secret Service was all over the place. You saw them running around. Who was walking with Trump? It must have been a Secret Service guy, and of course Melania. Did Trump throw Newsom out of the helicopter? I don't know. Hey, Ashley, I just realized if we're on, I will not be able to talk to Buddy because he won't. All he's going to hear is Trump and Newsom talking. So I won't be able to monitor that whatsoever. Let me see if I can see if he's getting ready, so I can. But even then, I can't talk. Let me see. Let's play this back up.
Go there live for the entire coverage, including for that Marine One landing. Quite awesome visuals that we're seeing here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Robert McNeely alongside Matthew Alvarez, if you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, and also if you'd like to follow, of course, Right Side Broadcast.
All right, so they're still talking. Getting text here. Hopefully Ashley got a hold of Buddy. Okay, Ashley got a hold of him. Good. Thank you very much, Ashley. Very much. All right, Trump doesn't fall. That was Biden. Maybe he threw him out the helicopter. You guys are mean. So I'm just checking over. I got another monitor over here with the hearings going on. It is close to 7 o'clock at this point. She's asked me what time we should push it to. Let's push it to 8, Ashley. 8 p.m. They should be done talking here, and if not, we can hold them off. Let's do 8 Eastern with Buddy Carter, and then by then, we'll be able to see what's going on with the hearing, and just move it through there. They threw Gavin into the empty reservoir. You did what? You had this empty and all these people's houses burned? Toss him out. Get rid of him. I don't know. They left him behind. He was behind him straggling. Oh, okay. That means he probably got his butt working. Is your link working to get hoodies? Yeah, last time I checked. If one of the mods want to check, let's go ahead and see if that's the case, if one of the mods can check that. So imminently, and I do mean imminently, Trump should be walking in with Gavin Newsom and Melania to talk about the fire damage from California. And on the Senate side of things, they're still just whining and moaning and bitching over there. I did hear Trump say he wanted voter registration and he wanted some form of water from the ocean to be opened up. Absolutely. The guy in a white shirt looked like he was wearing a gun. He did look like one of the Secret Service guys, but we shall see very, very shortly. And I'm pretty sure that everybody will be Daryl Issa. Yep, that is Daryl Issa. So I'm seeing Daryl Issa and the bald-headed guy, I believe his name is Senator Cohen, and then Ted Lieu, and of course Karen Bass. So all of the Marxist types are there. They're all there right now. Watch out for, I thought this moron, Dolphin Newsom sleeping with the fishes. He didn't look like he was. He didn't look like he was. He got off the same thing with the helicopter, the helo. Trump probably told Newsom that he had to wear mega cap if you get out of the helicopter with it. But a lot of people have been commenting lately about Melania's choice of fashion. Now understand, being the fashionista that she is, there is nothing by accident. She's choosing her outfits very, very carefully, and she just looks like a hit woman. I wouldn't be surprised if she pulled a 9 out of that her coat. That's crazy. I said Camp Bay, not camping. Sometimes I hate the dictation. Ask the guys drooling over Melania. That's funny. They can fly the beast in. I thought I saw it there somewhere, but maybe not. Well, if they can bring those helicopters in and those huge drones, that was kind of weird. That was interesting. Thank you so much. God bless you. Hey, that's Beth. Hey, Beth, how are you? Is that site where I can just buy one? No, we're going to put up we'll do a store. I'll work on I just haven't had the time. Let me just be honest. I just haven't had the time between doing this and being a husband and dealing with the dog. What the hell? Dealing with these dogs and, going up to see Ashley for Christmas and spending time with the grandkids. I've just been swamped. I can't believe, Barry, that the Mod Squad doesn't have hoodies. They don't? I thought they did. If not, we'll have to fix that. Actually, I didn't know that. I thought the Mod Squad did have hoodies. Okay, so she says we're good for 8 p.m. She's like, I'm going to give you gray hair. No, you're not going to get gray hair. I don't even have gray hair. Kind of runs that way. Still waiting. You can see.
That we can do is continue to drill in the Gulf of America, newly designated by President Trump. And speaking of Alaska, Denali is now once again Mount McKinley, a great president who is a great populist and someone who really cared about the wealth of our nation, just as President Trump does.
I think the maps are going to fly off the shelves that say Gulf of America right now. How cool would that be in a basement or a rec room or whatever, or garage? Just get a United States, map United States map and see it say Gulf of America. So that'd be quite awesome to see something like that, as it's 6:52 here on the East Coast. And again, the most historic 100 hours in American history. Were you surprised to see on day one of this administration that the president didn't wait for that traditional signing room ceremony in the Oval Office? And you were at the Capital One Arena inside, is that right? Or was that Christina?
I was actually, Christina was on the inside on Inauguration Day. Right. MAGA Megan Kohler and I were on the inside for the rally the day prior. But we were on the outside still just to get people's, literally their temperatures, because it was quite cold. And some people were...
All right, so we're still waiting for Trump and Newsom and Melania. Yeah, I got gray hair. The little hairs I have left, they're over here, they're gray. Yep, they're gray. President Trump should ask Newsom how the smelter doing and how many people died. He came out and said it wasn't the smelt, that was made up, but too many people have said it. Is Melania making a statement, don't mess with me or my husband, we're done with it? I mean, I'm telling you, when she walked out through the inauguration with that hat down like that, I mean, I can't. And she you couldn't even see her eyes. She just looked like a Navy SEAL or something. She looked fierce, would be the word. And now today let's see when she walks in what she has, because she'll have to. Well, you don't have to take off her shades. Maybe she'll take off her shades, and maybe she won't. Maybe she won't, stand behind him. We'll see what she does. Palisade Congressman Sherman there near ISA. That's who that is, Sherman. Thank you for having been watching since before the election. I'm glad we will be able to buy hoodies. That would be my way of supporting all your hard work. Oh, thank you very much. Don't feel bad. What was that? Don't feel bad. Mexico just refused a deportation flight to land. Good luck. Barry, I'm in West Palm Beach, veteran, owns screen printing and embroidery. Nice. Do me a favor, send an email or message to the mod so they can get it to me. That would be awesome. All right, so I'm seeing police and movement. Oh, you guys can listen to RSBN. Love doing business with these guys.
Let's talk about security a little bit. We know that Sean Curran, he is and was the lead Secret Service agent that would always stand with President Trump, always be at his side. Whether behind or to the right or wherever out there. He was there on J13, that kind of thing. Well, he is now the Secret Service director. So he has 23 years of law enforcement experience, President Trump saying this on Truth Social, starting his career in Secret Service in 2001 as a special agent in the Newark field office there in New Jersey, where he conducted protection, intelligence, investigations, recruitment, and on. Sean has distinguished himself as a brilliant leader. If you guys remember, he's a guy tall in stature, wearing the glasses, as Secret Service agents do.
So some of you guys are asking, I see this a lot, plenty of YouTubers sell merchandise. I know. I'm just not like them. That's all it is. I mean, again, I don't need to. And so in that regard, that was the main motivator. Didn't need to just grab all that, money and everything. Oh, there's my wife. But that's the reason. Didn't have the time, didn't need it, and that's the only reason. And being a little bit lazy. Let's go, Barry. We want hoodies. Okay. Now, I used to sell hoodies. Oh, so let me tell you a quick story while we're waiting for Trump to get there. I told you that I've been booted off of Facebook like forever, and I can't even like reopen another account. Back in 2016, right when he won the election, we were selling hoodies. The same design that you see right now. We were the biggest hoodie seller of Trump memorabilia anywhere. And we sold so many hoodies on the night of the election that the server broke down. And then a couple days later, we logged in and Facebook said, go away. So I kind of just had a bad taste. I mean, we sold hoodies, we sold hats. It was fantastic. Facebook told us to go away. So screw them. Barry, who are all these people around the table? All right, so I'm not sure of all of them. I know Darrell Issa is there. I know Sherman is there. These are people in Congress. Ted Lieu is there. Karen Bass is there. And I'm not really sure who the other people are. Probably various fire chiefs and local politicians, people of that nature. So there are a couple national politicians, and then there's probably a couple local politicians, and then there's probably a couple politicians from various towns or cities. Like Malibu probably has their people, and Los Angeles, and I don't know if Pacific Palisades is its own town. I don't know, but if they are, then they're going to have somebody there representing them as well. The military, lots of military on the border. She refuses, she will be facing tariffs. Yeah. What's it say here? Something about, you missed my comment earlier. Give proceeds to charity or sell stuff at cost. Yep. I love charity. Please, where was that? It was too funny. I gotta. Please don't make us impeach you for not selling hoodies. That's funny. That's really funny. All right. Mexico refused to take them back. Just airdrop them. Well, I'm kidding. Kinda. Oh, you won't take them? Well, guess what? We're handing them parachutes and telling them, go home. Go. You work for Red Bull now. Go ahead and make sure you understand to pull that thing. But you're out. I've tried 6 times to register for a hoodie with no luck. What happens? Okay, what are we doing here? Okay, I'm looking, checking all the monitors, seeing what's going on. We got nothing yet. Let me just let you see.
The privilege that they had seeing President and Mrs. Trump surveying the area. So it's been quite a day that would tire most, but President Trump clearly energized to help and save the American people.
Some of those, hill and mountain slides and mudslides there when it comes to parts of the mountain. Of course, in western North Carolina, as you see the president from a distance there in Los Angeles, getting ready to walk to the neighborhood affected, a lot of neighborhoods, of course, affected in Pacific Palisades, just north of Los Angeles. That is a live look right now. And just to finish up on western North Carolina, the flooding was unbelievable, as you guys know. Elon Musk hurrying up with the Starlink, getting the communications there. President Trump making trips as soon as possible. And now as president earlier today. So if you missed any of our coverage, if you'd like to scrub back a little bit, check it out. That'd be great. But in the meantime, we are live right now at 7:01 Eastern Time. Let's go there live and just listen in, even if it's if there's no audio in the sense of anybody talking or any press conference, that kind of thing. Let's just take a break right now and watch together the President and the First Lady in Los Angeles, California.
Say hello to the guys. Say hello down in front.
I just noticed that Trump said dark MAGA tonight. Dark MAGA hat. And Melania with the matching black hat.
Next stop, it's just right down there, and he'll head that way too. Yeah, it's just right down to that next driveway.
This is a live feed, so whatever they're doing on the ground is going to show.
You might be wondering what's going on there. Of course, the cameraman taking the camera off of the stick.
Okay, so as soon as they go back to getting their camera off the tripod and getting it set back up again, we will go right back to it. You're going to give me gray hair. They gave Newsom the boot. I don't know. They're showing right now while the other cameraman is getting his new set point. They're showing the, well, I can show you so you can see it. Okay, hold on here. Click the button.
Loren, as we've been covering the inauguration at length, great length here, and of course all of the executive orders live in the Oval Office back in Washington, D.C., as we have various live feeds around the country. So if that's the president, we will go right back to it here in just a second. I don't see him quite yet, but we will go there. This might be what's happening here. Are some of the neighbors, some of the people within the devastation in the Pacific Palisades. Why don't we just go ahead and go there now? Let's go there. Let's go there live right now as the president is on his way, most likely to meet up with them. Let's go to Pacific Palisades.
Notice the black guy in the background got his hand on the door in case they have to whisk him away very quickly.
Dobar dan. Dobar dan, kako ste? Hvala što ste došli. Ja sam došla kad sam bila 10 godina. Da. Hvala puno. Dobro. Bili smo bolje. Jedan blok dole. Da. Sve moj muž. Da, Amerikanci, ovo je Kristi. Sve. I da, imamo 2 dečaka. 13.
This is a people in this community
Everyone feels lucky here.
Deels van de locatie en dat is finally with them right now heel veel location van
The first time I saw him was actually at the Halloween park when we were 9 years old.
Побили сте дома, как видели Да, я имала мисля, što na ovoj strani, kad je počela rat na ovoj strani, on je bio bosan kući, kaže, idi gore na balkon da vidiš. Ja sam nazvala prvenstvo.
That's where people need help. Listen, this is a community that has a lot of resources, but it's also a very multi-generational community with people that don't have the resources. And I think that a lot of people feel that we've been kind of abandoned and let down by local leadership. The fire department's been amazing, but they need more resources. And in order for us to build back, we need better infrastructure. We need to make sure this never happens again. Yeah. We're gonna need small businesses. We're gonna need, frankly, we're gonna need help from you guys.
No, my God, look at our little house.
I know. Speaking the language. I saw the comfort. I saw the comfort in your face.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yeah.
Please help me change. She comes here and build the life and the house and the family.
This is the second time.
Nothing and building up and becoming successful, and then suddenly she has nothing done.
So we can't afford to break my heart. We're working on it.
So when you see the crazy angle and this camera's like going crazy, the guy's moving, and whoever he is, he's got his camera locked in on a tripod, so he's got to move, and then it tilts and gets a really bad shot. But I mean, it's live. They don't have anybody switching, so you're seeing an absolute live feed being fed into the people at RSBN. So that's why, as Trump moves, he's got to move back. That's why you're getting like the herky-jerky picture.
Built my house. Yeah, that's it. It's incredible.
I just wanted to say something. Why is Gavin Newsom not there? Why is Karen Bass not there? Why? I don't know where Gavin Newsom is. Why is Karen Bass back at the command center? Why didn't she go out and meet with Trump? Doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mike and Gabby. If any of you guys are in police or law enforcement, please answer this for me. Did they strip these police officers of their weapons as well? Did Secret Service say you can escort them, but you can't have a weapon? Because both those police officers, when I get back to them, I want you to take a look at their belt. They don't have weapons. So is California that bad that they don't trust the local police, or is that, is it common? I don't know. I'm not in law enforcement, but you'll notice these police officers do not have weapons. You are correct. That is a firefighter, not police. You are correct.
What do you suggest on that? What do you suggest on that? Local governments why are they just having a meeting with the officials of all of them. We have
The state.
These guys, that's all these guys. Yeah, I saw that on television. After this everybody says
Yes, they are firemen. That's a fireman's badge.
They don't have
Another one up there.
That's a mess.
That dude is like the worst cameraman ever. Dude, don't you know your camera is live feeding into whatever repository you're feeding to? And you're running around with your camera upside down, so we get to see the leaves in the sky, but what the hell are you doing? Crazy, absolutely crazy. So those were firefighters, LA or whatever firefighters. They were not police, so of course they wouldn't be armed. So we're waiting. They're showing the command center, but they're not showing much else. And over here, we're just waiting. Democrats still doing stupid stuff in the House or Senate chamber. So this kind of camera shoots reminds me of Blair Witch movie. Camera moving around. Yeah, it's interesting. Maxine Waters, she's not there. I wonder why. Because when you see these people, you got to get up and make a nuisance, jump up in their face, do all that kind of stuff, and hire new cameramen. Or maybe have more than one,
so that when one's got to relocate, you can go to the other one who's fixed, so you're not looking at the sky and leaves and stuff. That would make sense. So I don't know how long it's going to be before Trump makes it to this actual command center where everybody is sitting and waiting. But he's still walking around, and we got the camera shot again. So let's go back to watch it.
Aftermath, hurricane aftermath, terrible ice events, tropical storms, blizzards. Never covered an earthquake. Didn't really cover any mudslides, but I have seen the aftermath of a wildfire in East Tennessee when I worked in Nashville, and it was absolutely unbelievable to go to a place where a house stood. All that's left is the concrete foundation. The cars are burnt, they're gone. It's just the steel that's left. And the entire house is gone. Fire is no joke. Look at just a little bit of it right there from what the aftermath is. Quite powerful. And let's just go there live once again and watch President Trump walk toward another area to survey.
Task Force 69, Team Boot, present on. Two.
Nobody's ever seen it. Never, you guys never seen it. You've never seen it. I've never seen anything like that.
They're okay where they are.
It's an honor.
See what it's like.
It's an honor, man. Thank you very much. Thanks for Thank you very much, everybody. Honor to meet you, sir. Thank you. Good people out there. Thank you, sir. So you saved your firehouse. Thank you, sir. It's an honor. It's not going to go fast. It's already going fast. Let's see what's happening. Yes, sir. Thank you. So what happened? Yes, sir. Could be a lot of people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Nice. Congratulations.
Welcome back, sir. We miss you.
Thank you, sir. Everything is simple around, right? Free ship. Sir, we're going to take a group photo.
Okay.
Let's let you advance.
We're going to do something over here.
We got two other people on the sides of it.
All right, you guys come this way, angle it. All right, right there.
We're going to be right over here, sir. You're going to aim this way, sir. Perfect. Everybody just scoot back just a little bit right there.
President, this is a gift from the LA Fire Department, Task Force 69. Obviously, we are celebrating your 42nd president. It's beyond belief that it's going to happen. We trust in you, and we're all going to make it beautiful if you present this to you. It's really good. Thank you. Of course. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
What a good group of people. Is this an actual one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a heavy sucker. They're heavy. You know that. Fall strong. Let's go. Let's go. Come on.
Everyone, right here, sir.
We're going to take a picture. Right here. Right here. Excellent. Okay, and we're going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Right here. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Well, we won't let you down, fellas.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Positive project. You know, you want to do, I will do it. You want to do real fast, you do more than one. Just line up and we'll do singles. You want to do it? That's what you don't want to do with these guys. You want to single. Let's pick a location. How about by the truck? Sure. And you line up, and we'll just do. Where's my guy? He's great. Dan, we're going to go real fast. We'll do singles.
Right,
okay?
sir.
Can I get everybody up to the...
Line up here for me, guys. Line over here.
Everybody gets a single picture. It's quick, down and dirty.
Guys, everyone come this way for me.
So now the cameraman lost the feed completely. Whew. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So much going on. Even people with big organizations can't keep up with Donald. Can't keep up with him. So much going on. Meanwhile, everybody else is just sitting there at this command center. Here, check this out. They're all just sitting around waiting. I still don't see Gavin Newsom.
And it looks as if they're going to do single pictures together with not only a group photo, but each individual with Dan Scavino there as well, part of President Trump's social media and communications team, and Dan serving again as Deputy Chief of Staff.
Exactly. So Dan Scavino Jr., the social media guru in politics, of course, with the president for numerous years. And if you recall some of our coverage from earlier, we saw the LA mayor on camera earlier just carrying on and laughing.
All right, so pretty wild. Yep, all these guys there did seem like they wanted to meet with him. Barry, think you can forget your interview. Ashley's working. She's trying to see if we can't reschedule. So obviously Trump, it is now 7:26. He hasn't even left the viewing of the houses. No telling how far away this command center is, and then whatever they do there. And right after he's done is probably right about the time that they'll be voting on Pete Hegseth. So yeah, the interview might be a little bit tough. Wait, are they waiting in the firehouse? It looks like they're inside the fire station. I don't know where they are. I don't know if this is inside the fire station. I don't know how far away it is, Ashley. I hope Trump didn't make Newsom cry. He kind of disappeared. You'd think he'd want to be front and center with all these pictures. I'm looking to see if I see him. Yeah, I don't see him anywhere. Gavin took him on a helicopter tour earlier, but when they landed, Gavin wasn't there. Pretty interesting. Let's see here. We have seen Trump more. Just think about that. You have seen Trump. You have heard from Trump. You have heard questions. You have seen him interacting with people more in 4 days than Biden probably did in the entire 4 years. You don't think people are seeing this? You don't think people are wondering, wow, this is how it's supposed to be? President's supposed to be out there talking to the people, regardless of their political ideology? I mean, he's in the bluest of blue right now. He's out in California. These people don't like him. Maybe they found a couple homeowners who were, yeah, okay. But for the most part, this is a blue area. Yep. So they told Gavin to sit in the car. This is the worst cameraman. Yeah, I'll give him a benefit of doubt. Maybe he's never had to deal with somebody like Trump in the different angles. And of course, you also have to remember, you can only go and get as close as the Secret Service is going to let you. So whatever camera angle that you think you have now, as he's walking, you want to get a better shot. Well, you still got to stay in this perimeter. So maybe other people were there. No, Biden didn't do this much in 50 years public service. Nope. Gavin got reprimanded, so he's off crying in a corner. It's interesting, because, I mean, you can look at this shot. Here, let me put this over there.
Like, who care about...
So if you look at that shot, Gavin Newsom is not in that room. And I think Ashley is right. That might be the actual fire station that these guys are at. Not really sure, but it's still not in the neighborhood, so he's going to have to travel to it. But very interesting that where's Gavin? Don't know where he is.
Officials and city officials of Los Angeles.
Don't know where he is. And right now Trump is out there taking pictures with heroes. Could it be the communications are limited? Yeah, it could very well be. Who knows what kind of Secret Service they have off him. The people feed off of him. Very much so. Very much so. I heard that. It did sound like Melania was speaking a different language. I wasn't sure because I was trying to listen, but it did seem like she was speaking a different language to these people. Barry, I didn't see Newsom get on Marine One. Well, where the hell is he? He's not walking around talking to the constituents, and he's not in the command center. Where the hell is he? Don't know. He's MIA. Missing in action. This, if it was me, and I was Gavin Newsom, isn't this prime time? Isn't this where you want your face? You want your face all over this. I want my people to see I'm trying to get something done. He's nowhere to be found. Don't you start. Report said he, what's this at? Reports say, where did that go? Somebody said something. Reports said early he was not going to have Gavin with him. Interesting. No Gavin. Why not? That's pretty crazy why he wouldn't be there. She speaks. Yes, I understand. She speaks a bunch of languages fluently. Trump threw his ass out the helicopter. Again, think about that in Scarface. Other networks, same problem. Cameraman has the same problem. So these guys are being ushered and told to move and get out the way and everything else. So that's what's happening. Let's listen in to RSBN.
To being a voice for the voiceless. And we saw Vice President Vance address the March for Life earlier, along with President Trump via video recording from the Oval Office as he was already wheels down in Asheville, North Carolina.
Exactly. So President Trump, not forgetting those of you in Western North Carolina, he was there even as the president-elect, and also, you know, as all over Truth Social, he'd always be posting about various things, including Los Angeles wildfires, including Western North Carolina, and then we'll be in Nevada tomorrow. And that's just the first week of his presidency. Holy smokes. The 100 hours of historic speed that we've seen, Robert, can you did we think... yeah, we thought it was going to happen. Yeah, we thought, whatever.
There's no question given what we saw in the campaign and what we saw from the first term. It was nonstop. I just think this is with such precision and had to be done very soon, especially rescinding the Biden lame duck initiatives because they were unconstitutional, they're scandalous, and we now know our Congress will investigate those last-minute pardons because this is the first time preemptive pardons were ever done in our history. When pardons and commutations happen, there is a charge, there is a conviction. You are rescinding what has happened legally. Nothing happened to members of his family from a legal status. Nothing happened to Fauci and Milley and Cheney, but yet he has preemptively pardoned them.
Yeah, why, right?
Very strange. Very, very strange as to why that is, and we will see that all unfold in the coming weeks and months here.
I believe I did hear the other day from the GOP leadership during a press conference that Speaker Johnson wants to open an investigation into these pardons as well. So a lot of news here at the network. Again, we're live right now. We'll be live tomorrow for the rally in Las Vegas, and then back Monday morning, 9 a.m. for RSBN Live as we continue to cover the moves and the executive orders being signed by the president. Also on top of that, we saw video on various outlets of the U.S. Marines in or on the southern border today, right now, boots on the ground. So this is a president that is not only words but action. So again, for those of you watching right now, which I know we have a sizable audience, and we've had that, thankfully, thanks to God and thanks to this great network here with all of the loyalty over the years. But we know that that the president right now is doing great things for our country. But what we're talking about is specifically common sense and truth for our nation. So we all want safety. We all want law and order. We all want to be healthier. We all want...
So as some of you have noticed in the chat, Nick Sortor, who I trust as a source, says the Mexican government is denying landing of U.S. deportation flights per NBC. Mexico's about the FAFO. Trump is not messing around. Let me just say I 100% agree. You're not going to have the choice to do this. It's coming. Otherwise, you're going to pay a 25% tariff. It's going to be that simple. That simple. So you go ahead and pick your battles, Mexico. Pick your battles. Let's see here.
Want good, healthy meat and not lab-grown meat, as we've seen even Governor DeSantis tackling that in Florida, because we have to make America healthy again. And one way to do that is to make sure that forest management is taken care of in the state of California or elsewhere, and also that water reserves are in place. So maybe a robust discussion to take place with Mayor Karen Bass there.
I don't know. Karen Bass is an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't put any credence in Karen Bass whatsoever. I don't think she has any clue what she's doing. I think she's full on DEI. Sorry. That's it, Karen Bass. You definitely don't have the best interest of the people of Los Angeles in mind. Just don't have it. I'm over it. In fact, if you had done the right thing, you should have resigned. You should have just said, "I'm done. I'm gonna leave." But you won't. You won't do that. So let's see what else here. Yeah, Nick is an awesome source. Yeah, exactly. If I were Newsom, I wouldn't want to be there. It would be a verbal drubbing. His career is over. Waiting for Trump to come in the door there.
New representative out of the Commonwealth of Virginia, John McGuire. Both of those congressmen, both Navy SEALs. There are 6 that serve currently in Congress, and we had them on the show just yesterday. As we get ready to see the president possibly walk in right to those doors to the right as the camera is ready to go, and looking forward to hearing what the president is going to say. And if there's any news that comes out of this, I believe he will say, this is what the federal government is doing, or is this going to be more of a gathering of information and research? And then from there, he'll say, okay, I will be talking to the right people, and by tonight or tomorrow or Monday, this is all coming your way. So,
right.
But you would think that being there in Los Angeles and the urgent need of getting this city or the north of the city taken care of, that he already has a plan of action, and we're going to hear about it right now.
Right, and you know, the gentleman, Rick Caruso, who actually ran against Karen Bass for mayor, has many developments on the north side of Los Angeles County, and some of his mini marts, mini malls have been eviscerated, just destroyed. So I'm sure that he will have some recommendations as a builder himself for President Trump and someone who has been relatively close to the campaign as an advisor. So I'm sure he will be helping to put his 2 cents into it moving forward with the rebuilding.
Exactly. And again, to those of you watching right now, this is the reform of media in America. The conservative media on the rise, the left-wing media, the ones that have been sharing the false narrative for how many years now? You know, the people are now going to independent, alternative, conservative, and common sense networks. I mean, this is what it's about, is common sense.
All right, so we're still waiting. Video shows a barmaid from grind bugs. They fed a country with, okay. I agree, there need to be a destination plans built all over the coast. Karen Bass is a Castro terrorist supporter. In case if you haven't looked up her history, I won't go as far as saying a terrorist supporter, but she's definitely a Castro supporter. Now, someone said Gavin is in the meeting in the white shirt. Nope, he's not there. And right now, here, let me just put this over so you guys can see
they deeply love the American.
There are only 2 seats at the top of the table. So you got to figure one of those seats is going to be Trump, and the other one is probably going to be Melania, unless Melania stays in the limo. But if she comes in and sits down, there's no place for Gavin. So everybody's waiting. These guys are waiting. We got 2 other network feeds going. Don't see anything happening as of right now. And everybody's just waiting for him to show up. Maybe the Mexican president is getting a kickback from the cartel. Rumor is that Mexican president is the cartel. That they say that she was handpicked by them. So she's going to do whatever they tell her to do. Barry, you have to lecture. You have to lecture for Ivy League college for several years, and then they set you up as a fellow. Really? I can't be a fellow. I've probably done an Ivy League's education worth of talking. I could be a fellow. I want to be a fellow. California is red. Gavin and Bass were selected, not elected. I believe that. No one cares about smelt fish. I care about smelt fish. Some people care about the smell of fish, but not in priority above people. That's where the difference is. I don't like to see any animals have issues of that nature. But then, how can you say you're worried about the smelt fish when rabbits and deer and snakes and mice and birds all just burned up? That's where the whole liberal virtue signaling just completely falls apart. Well, we needed to protect this little fish. What about all these animals? Foxes, and I mean, you name it. Bears, anything else. I mean, their logo has a bear on it. How many bears burned up in this fire? That's your actual logo. But the fish are okay. The fish are okay. Newsom wasn't invited. Trump announced the trip and Newsom jumped on TV to say he was going to be there to meet him. This would be extremely interesting if when they walk in, he sits down and starts talking to all these people if Newsom isn't there. Man, this is crazy. So my guess is Gavin bugged out and left Bass in charge. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Melania is being filmed for her documentary. Oh, that's right. That's right. They were filming that for Amazon? Yeah, it's Jeff Bezos gave her $40 million. Could you provide your email address? One of the mods can go ahead and put that up real quick. Wow. They said over 200,000 pets were killed in a fire. Wow. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. As you can see, nothing's happening yet.
Begins right now. America's decline.
They're running a commercial, waiting for the inauguration commercial, but nothing yet. Yeah, all those people's pets completely burned up. Bear, if you help clear out the burnt areas, you could be a tree fellow. A tree fellow. Oh man, that's too funny. Let's see what else we got here. I would think that a Secret Service should be surrounding Trump. Well, they probably cleared the area before he got there. Looks like some people are walking in now, but they look like Secret Service agents taking positions around the room. But not the big guy, big man hasn't walked in as of yet. I got to stop calling him the big guy because that's what Biden's name was. Trump probably told Gavin to go, we'll take care of it by himself. Might not have been a good meeting. You know, oh man, those poor animals. A lot of people don't think about that. A lot of people, the media doesn't talk about it. I just think to myself, bear, deer, rabbits, snakes, everything you could think of that could have lived in these woods. Gone. Scary, very, very scary. Oh wow, you lived there. My neighborhood in Altadena burned up. Wow. All right, we bring in some. Yep. Okay, here he comes. Here he comes. That's the DEI fire chief he just shook hands with. That's interesting.
We'll get this going.
That's Ted Lieu. Couldn't even look at him.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor to be with you. Unfortunately, it's a very sad period, but what makes you feel good is I met so many of the homeowners, and every one of them, a lot of them, and every one of them said to me they want to rebuild. I said, will you go elsewhere? No, 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 no. It wasn't even like a question. They love the area. They love the people.
So now you know who the guy in a white shirt is. That's Rick Grinnell.
Things like that. We just left North Carolina, and we had just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department, just a similar type of disaster. It was water instead of fire, but boy, that water did damage like I've never seen before. And then you come here and you see this. But the people are so amazing, and your fire department was so beautiful. Every one of them is in perfect physical shape. I said, what do you guys do? They have very high standards, I can tell you. And we took pictures with all of them, but very nicely they gave us a little helmet. And I said, you wear this, huh? Is this real? And they said, yeah. I said, it's awfully heavy. You have to be very strong to wear that. But that's the original, right? So it's pretty good. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to be with you. Your governor met us at the plane, and we had a good talk, very, very positive talk. We have to work together to get this really worked out. I don't think you can realize how rough it is, how devastating it is until you see it. I didn't realize. I mean, I saw a lot of bad things on television, but the extent of it, the size of it, we flew over it in a helicopter. We flew to a few of the areas, and it is devastation. It's incredible. It's really an incineration. Even some of the chimneys came down, okay? When you have the chimneys come down, you know that's pretty hot stuff, and a lot of them were down. That was a bad sign, too. But I just want to commiserate, and we're going to celebrate. We'll be back to celebrate one day soon, I hope soon. The federal government standing behind you, 100%. The First Lady and I are in California to express a great love for the people of California. I've had great support always in California. We did very well recently, as you know, relatively speaking, at least I can say. And it's been amazing. I have property in California, not too far away, actually, right up the road in Palos Verdes, a big property. And I've always loved it. I've always loved being here. But we have to grieve for the 28 Californians who have tragically perished. And sadly, you're going to be finding more. And that's going to be very sad, because I know people are missing. And when you look at that kind of incineration, you know what's going to happen. You're going to find some more. But with all that we've gone through, I watched your firefighters, and they were really fighting at a big disadvantage. I got to know a lot of them just now, and they're incredible people. They were so happy. They were saying, congratulations, sir. You know, they're thinking about country maybe even before this location that they all love. But I'm pleased to be joined by many of the great California leaders, both Democrat and Republican. And it's an honor to meet some of you I didn't know, but I know every one of you by name. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. Thank you, Catherine, very much. Mayor Karen Bass. Thank you, Karen. It's nice to meet you. Representatives Jay Obernolte. Where's Jay? Jay, hi, Jay. It's been a tough period, Jay, right? Vince Fong, Kevin Kiley, Vince and Kevin, hi. Hi, Vince. A man I know very well. I know him too well, actually. And I say that actually with love, because he's actually been a great congressman for a long time, and he's a great leader, and he loves the area as much as anybody, right, Daryl? So Daryl, I say, young Kim, congratulations on an excellent career. I appreciate it. Another one I know pretty well is, to put it mildly, is Tom McClintock. And he's been with us for a long time. We have some interesting things going on in Washington. And it's an honor that you guys are here. Thank you, Daryl, very much, Tom. George Whitesides. Good, George. Thanks. It's a great name, too, by the way. Brad Sherman. Oh, I know Brad well. I know Brad, but that's all right. We're on the same side of this one. I know that. We'll work together, Brad, very well. A lot of respect. And Presidential Envoy Rick Grinnell, who's done a fantastic job for me over the years. He was ambassador to Germany, and he was fantastic. So 2.5 weeks ago, over 100-mile-an-hour winds transformed the Palisades fire and other areas into absolute infernos of death and destruction. And this is already the most expensive natural disaster, they say, in American history. That's pretty amazing. The numbers are going to be staggering. most importantly, we have to get it built, and we have to hopefully find as few people as possible. We have already too many, 28 at least, they say. We're going to work very hard with the mayor, the governor, the supervisor, and everybody, and get the resources behind you. We have some amazing people, and we have some amazing fighters for things like this. I also had the concept of getting some of the best developers in the country. I've had so many calls from developers, and they want to come in. They don't want anything. They just want to come in and help, and they really know how to get things done and get things built. I would ask that the local officials, because we're going to waive, just about essentially waive all federal permits. We're going to have you go very quickly, because a federal permit can take 10 years. We're not going to do that. We don't want to take 10 days. I would. So we're declaring this a national emergency. By doing that, I can give you immediate permits. I'd ask that the local permitting process be the same. Some of the people were saying they're going to be forced to wait 18 months for their permits, and I don't think you're going to do that. I can't imagine that. So they are literally in a position right now they'd like to start tonight, and they'll clean their site, they'll do everything, they just want to start, and they were very concerned with the 18 months, so I'm sure you can get it down to, I would say, not even 18 days. They are ready, Mayor, they are ready to start. I met so many of them. The fire took place, it's nice and cool there now, and they want to start taking the debris. They want to take the debris, they want to do everything. They'll get rid of everything. They're going to do it by their own hand. And you're going to see some amazing things happen. So we're waiving the federal permits. Either waive them or give them to you so rapidly it's going to be essentially the same thing, but we're going to try and just waive them. And we'll rely on the local, but the local, I hope, is going to do the same exact thing. They're literally ready to start right away tonight. So if you could do almost the same thing or the same thing would be great. For a building permit, you're going to have to, check things out a little bit. A lot of them, every single one of them said they're going to rebuild. I didn't have one person say they're selling or they're leaving or they're disgusted. They love their community, and it's incredible. We even had one from your neck of the woods, right? Do you want to stand up? It was so nice the way she greeted my wife in a very different language, right? And it was very nice to see. And you're staying and you're going to rebuild and everything else. Yeah, everybody. So it's really good. So I'm signing an executive order to open up the pumps and valves in the north. We want to get that water pouring down here as quickly as possible and let hundreds of millions of gallons of water flow down into Southern California. And that'll be a big benefit to you. If you don't want it, you're going to tell me, but I can't imagine it. I tell you who does like it is the fire department. When I said that, they were very happy with that. They didn't mind hearing that. But we have a lot of water that is available. And I hope you can work that out among yourselves. But I think this will show that we have to have that water. We have to have that water. You're talking about unlimited water coming up from the Pacific Northwest, even coming up from parts of Canada. And it pours down naturally. It has for a million years. For a million years, it pours down. You'll never run out. You'll never have shortages, and you won't have things like this. And when you do, you'll have a lot of water to put it out. So I'm going to ask that you figure that out. But I really strongly recommended this 7 years ago, and I think I'm going to just do it. If you have big problems, you're going to let me know, but I just can't even imagine it. But we're also surging federal resources and assistance to the state, and California must adopt the common sense policies to prevent fires, and we all know that. We were talking 7 or 8 years ago, I was talking to people from Austria, people from Finland, people that live in forests. One of the gentlemen, one of the top great leaders of Austria said, we don't have forest fires, and we have trees that are actually far more flammable than they have in California, but they literally rake their forest. They take down, if a tree comes down, they take it down. They say you have 18 months. After that, it's like a matchstick. And I know environmentally, some environmental groups like the trees to just melt into the ground, but when they do melt into the ground, they become an inferno. So I think you're going to have to change your ways in terms of that. You have 30 years of leaves, and those leaves are dry as a bone, and they burn. You know, interestingly, because I was at Paradise, who is the general, right? A long time ago, I was at Paradise. What a beautiful paradise it was. And how is it doing, by the way? Are they rebuilding, right? Remember when he said, you were up here, President. I went there. I never saw anything like it. But you know what amazed me? I'll never forget it. The trees were okay because the trees are loaded with water. They sucked that water out of the ground. And this was an inferno, just like, I would say no different than this. And it was also the wind that caused a lot of problems. I mean, you had tremendous winds that there's not a lot you're going to do with. You had up to 100-mile-an-hour winds. It's unheard of. But when I was in Paradise, I noticed that the trees, they were dark on the bottom, but they were absolutely living, and they lived because they're soaking wet. But the trees that were on the ground, within 12 to 18 months, they say 18 months at a maximum, you have to cut them up, take them away because they're matchsticks. But we saw that. You saw that with me. I commented at the time. I said, look at this. The house is burned down, and the tree is standing, and it's, other than being a little different color on the bottom, and it went through an inferno. It's amazing. It's soaking wet. So I think they have to do it. It's called management of the floor. And when the gentleman from Austria and also Finland and other countries, they said we manage the forest floor very, very carefully, and we don't have forest fires. You know, they just don't have them. So I'm sure you're going to do the same thing. So there can be no golden age without the Golden State. It's a great state. It's a fantastic place, and we're going to have a big celebration soon. We're going to come back, and we'll come back as much as you need, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to open the coffers. You know, America wants us to be taken care of. This was a horrible thing to watch, and the way it just kept going and going, and then they'd find another area. It was like a genius. On the other side, the fire was a genius, the way it kept moving, but we're not going to stand for it. I just met with the Olympic people, and they're all set to do a real job. So we have the Olympics, and I got them. You know, it was very interesting. I made the deal with the Olympics. I was called by your former...
Fox News alert, President Trump speaking at a fire station in L.A. Let's listen in.
It was a bad experience somehow. And I did, and I got along great with the Olympic Committee, and we got the Olympics, and then we got you the World Cup. That one I focused on with Gianni. And Gianni was great, the head of it, and so you have that coming. And then we have the 250 years coming up, which is going to be a great celebration. But I'll never forget when I got the Olympics, and then I was president when I got them. I said, oh boy, it's too bad I won't be president. Who knew this was going to happen, right? I said, I won't be president because it would have been the 4 years. And in fact, I'd be retired by 4 days right now, I guess, right? So anyway, so I got him, and at least I'll be able to celebrate the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250 years is going to be a very big deal. So we have the three biggest there are, and it was an honor to get. If you have any questions, please let me know. And if you have a statement to make, I'd love to have politically, if you'd like to make a statement. Brad, go ahead.
Mr. President?
Okay, I'll do
Mr. President, thank you
Sure,
for coming
thank you, Brad.
to the 32nd Congressional District and
Thank you.
making most people don't have adequate insurance because they couldn't get it. So one company dropped 1,600 policies just in the last 6 months. We've got 16 times as much property damage here as from Hawaii. And I'm hoping that we get at least 16 times the federal appropriation for the CDBG program that helps people rebuild. And I know you've talked about policies of California that you're not a fan of, but I've been in Congress for 28 years. I really disagree with Louisiana on their abortion policy. I disagree with them on their campaign finance policy. I disagree with North Dakota on their gun policy. And I would never turn to somebody from Louisiana and say, you keep living on your cousin's couch, because we're not going to help you rebuild until Louisiana agrees with me on a woman's right to choose. So I'm hoping that we can get these funds and that we don't punish individuals for the policies of their state. You can disagree with them, and I think you've got some ideas. I look forward to us listening. Also on tariffs, I often agree with you on tariffs, but how about no tariffs on building materials for the next 3 years?
We'll take a look at that, actually.
Mr. President.
Take a look. The Mayor, please.
Yes. First of all, let me just take the opportunity to officially welcome you to Los Angeles. Really appreciate you coming, and especially you come just a few days after your inauguration. So I want you to know that your presence here is very much appreciated. Let me also say that I know you had an opportunity to see the devastation. You've seen the extreme loss, the grief that people are going through here. And we are 100% committed to getting this neighborhood rebuilt again. You mentioned a couple of things in terms of us expediting. So I signed executive directives right away so that we could cut the red tape. We could get people back building as fast as possible. And we're going to continue doing that.
Yeah, the one thing is they are saying they will not be allowed to start for 18 months.
No, that will not be the case.
Okay, I just hope
That
you're
will
right.
not, you can hold me to it.
Because 4 groups said that.
No.
That would be, they should
No,
be able
that-
to do it. They should be able to start tonight.
That will not be the case. You know, first we have to take care to make sure that there's not getting rid of the hazardous waste, cleaning things up so that people can start right away. And just like you said, if somebody had their house was destroyed and they're going to rebuild essentially the same, maybe a little bit longer, a little bit higher, they really shouldn't have to go through much of a process. So I want you to know that we are expediting that. We absolutely need your help. We need the federal help. You're a
You
builder.
got it, I told you. You will have no permit problem. There will be 0 delay. And as far as I'm concerned, you already have the permits.
And the resource.
I am more worried, because I met at least 8 groups of homeowners, and I'm much more worried about the fact that they said it's 18 months exactly, and they were devastated. They want to start now. They want to start removing things. They're not allowed to do it now. And you mentioned hazardous waste. Well, the hazardous waste, what's hazardous waste? I mean, you're going to have to define that. We're going to go through a whole series of questions on determining what's hazardous.
Nope.
I just think you have to allow the people to go on their site and start the process tonight.
And we will.
Okay, good.
You can come back and check.
Very
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I represent the areas of Altadena and Pasadena.
Yes.
That's the Eaton fire. And there is a world of hurt there. I know that you've gone to the Palisades and you've seen the devastation,
Right.
but it's apocalyptic in Altadena. And thank goodness I have a partner with Supervisor Catherine Barger in working to help people get back to normal and to rebuild. But right now they have nothing. And there have been 9,500 structures burned. Most of the deaths have occurred in our area with the Eaton fire. And thousands of people are without homes. And these are working people. These are working class people. They are people like Dr. Jackie Jacobs, who was an educator all her life and then finally became the first Black administrator of her educational institution, Pasadena City College, and then retired, now 88 years old, and then her home of 30 years burned in Altadena.
Yeah.
She has nothing. She left with only the clothes on her back. She has nothing. And so they need this help. And I just want to make sure that you remember the people in Altadena and Pasadena, and that you can come there and see how terrible the devastation has been there so that they can get the help that they need.
Just remember one thing, and I like the way you express yourself beautifully, actually, but I've only been here 3 days, and I'll do a great job. But we had another president, and this took place during the life of another president, not me. But I'm going to be the president that's going to help you fix it, because he would not have been able to help you fix it, okay? So we'll take care of it. We'll take care of it, and we'll work closely. Yeah, we'll work closely, and I know your community was really devastated, incredibly, so we understand that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm just going to follow up. Supervisor
Yes, please, go ahead.
And I also represent Altadena. And what I tell people is, people of Altadena are the exact people you talked to when you were running. You've got individuals from every walk of life. And it is actually, at one time, was the only place African Americans could purchase homes. It was redlined. And so you've got a lot of generational wealth there. And one of the commitments I've made, and we've had meetings with some of your people in HUD that you've got there now, to work with them and work with your administration to see how we can help. And I've been pleasantly surprised. I know on HUD we've got some asks that we are going to be working with you on. But more importantly, I just really want to emphasize what Congresswoman Chu said, and that is that these are individuals who are feeling forgotten. And what I tell them is, and when we invited you out here, I told, when I went to the AME church, this president was talking to you when he was running. You understand the difficulty in making ends meet. You understand the high cost of living. And now their biggest fear is that that's going to impact their ability to rebuild. And I have made them this commitment, because this is my last term, that for the next 4 years, you talk about 18 months, I've told our county staff that if you're going to get in the way, then get another job. Because we are an all hands on deck. And quite frankly, if the bureaucracy can't get out of the way, we'll just roll over it. And we've said that, and we've made it clear. The governor's waived CEQA, which I feel should be completely reformed, if not eliminated. And if it's being eliminated for this.
How are they doing with CEQA?
How are they doing?
How is it? What's been the attitude of the people running that whole situation?
It adds sometimes years on to an application.
Can't do it. Can't.
No, and the governor's
And Coastal Commission also.
He waived that.
We're going to have to override the Coastal Commission, because I've dealt with the Coastal Commission for a long time, and they are considered the most difficult in the entire country. And we cannot have them play their games and wait 10 years to give somebody a permit. In fact, I'm going to override the Coastal Commission. I'm not going to let them get away with their antics.
Well,
okay.
Boom.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I just want to thank you for your leadership on California water policy. You made it a priority from day one. For those of us in the Central Valley in Northern California, we have catastrophic wildfires as well. California is a wildfire-prone area, so ensuring reliable, stable water supplies is critical. And so your leadership, your executive order, moving more water, maximizing flows throughout the state of California, building more water storage, more conveyance, coordinating the...
It would have a great impact on, I know your area very well. It would have an unbelievable impact on your area.
Absolutely. We just want to thank you for making it a priority.
You know, even beyond the fire stuff, the farms. I was driving up with congressmen a few years ago because they were complaining they had no water. And I was driving up, and you'll see all of this incredible land, but it's absolutely bone dry. And then you'll see little green patches, and the green patches are so beautiful. You know, they have that land, they say it's as good as Iowa farmland, but it has no water. And it's artificial, has no water. They send the water out into the Pacific Ocean. And when we let that water come through your valleys and down to Los Angeles and everything, you're going to have a different place. It's going to be a whole different place. And you guys have to get together and say, gee, we want it. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. So at least you said that, and I appreciate it. Because your farmers will be able to, instead of having 1 acre out of 100, which is all they have, they'll be able to have 100 acres out of 100. And it's among the best, they say it's the best farmland just about in the country, as good as any place there is. So, but you can't, it's no good without water. So that's beyond the fire stuff. But today we're talking about fire. But it's good for everything. So I hope you can lead a group. And Daryl, if you can lead a group, I know how you feel. And, you know, support what I'm doing. Because what I'm doing, I guess, is controversial. I don't know what's controversial about sending millions and millions of gallons of beautiful fresh water from the Pacific Northwest and further up than even that into an area that's bone dry. We have to, I have a house in Beverly Hills, and you get notices every once in a while. They want you to go down to 38 gallons per person or something, per house, per person. I say, you mean you can only have, 38 gallons sounds like a lot. It's not a lot. And they want to do that every once in a while, and you just think it's ridiculous when you have like just about as much water as anybody in the country, and we shouldn't be in a position where you have tumbleweed that's dry as a bone, that even tumbleweed can be nice and green and rich and loaded up with water, and it's not going to burn. You don't even have to remove it. It's not going to burn, but it's just dry. So I hope you can all get together and say, I'm so happy with the water that's going to be flowing down, because I just don't see anything. They talk about the Delta smelt, which is a fish that's this big, but it is really not, doesn't have to be protected because it's in other areas. It's in numerous other areas. So it doesn't have to be protected. The people of California have to be protected.
Mr. President. Mr. President, could I just speak for a moment? Kevin Kiley, California.
Yes.
First of all, you're absolutely right about the Coastal Commission. I've introduced legislation to rein them in. We've been talking with Rick about this.
They're out of control.
Absolutely out of control. It's insane the things they've been getting away with.
I think they thrive on it, actually, if you don't know the truth. It's so ridiculous.
That's right. They even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets. It's
true.
But you mentioned your predecessor and how he didn't fix the situation, which is absolutely right. Not only that, during the Calder fire, which was a few years ago, which was in my district, 600 people lost their homes in a town called Grizzly Flat. He came and he promised that he would help them out, but he broke that promise many times. He never delivered them the individual assistance they were asking for. So this has underscored for me the importance of helping the victims, making sure in this situation, in every fire, we get money to the victims, and we make sure that, that nothing stands in the way of that. But I just want to thank you for your focus on bringing sanity to California, water and fire policy. There's no place that needs a revolution in common sense quite like California.
You have so much water. Use it and be happy about it.
Mr.
Be happy.
Mr. President, my name is Joel Pollack, and I am a journalist with Breitbart News, but I happen to live in the Pacific Palisades, as do other colleagues. One colleague, John Kahn, wrote the song Fighter, which you played at your campaign rallies. He lost his house and the studio he wrote that song in. We were lucky because I was able to fight the fire on my fence. But when I got to my house, there was no water in the pipes. So I got inside and I picked up the flower vases because I give my wife flowers every week, and there was water there, and we started with that. Then I found my son's bucket of baseballs, and I dumped the baseballs on the ground, and I used the bucket. But there was still no water, except for the water in the gutter coming from the burnt homes uphill. So I went to and fro to my gutter and my fence with my bucket. Two guys showed up in a truck, two neighbors. We found two more buckets, bucket after bucket after bucket. Many of my neighbors, including some here, tried to fight the fires. They couldn't. We were lucky our house was saved. But we should not have to rely on buckets to put out a fire.
That's right.
You can't stop an 80-mile-per-hour wind or 100-mile-per-hour wind, but there were many things that went wrong here that are basic and small. We did not have traffic police to guide the evacuation, so there was gridlock on Sunset. They've removed the vehicles now, but there were dozens of vehicles that were abandoned by drivers who fled for their lives because there were no traffic cops available. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, even though there was an extreme wind event coming. And many of my neighbors lost their fire insurance in the days before the blaze. So I asked my neighbors, what would they want to know if I could ask the president a question? And the number one thing was insurance. Can you work with the insurance companies to get people back to where they were before they lost the coverage because of California's regulations? And can you make California change its rules so that when we build again, we can get fire insurance and we don't have to worry? And there's one other point I want to make. I really appreciate my congressman advocating for money. We need the money from the federal government. But I also understand Americans who are tired of spending money on California and disasters happen, and the California government passes $50 million to oppose your policies. So they have $50 million for that, but not for moving people into rental homes or helping people relocate or rebuild. I would like to ask you to follow the 9/11 Commission precedent and appoint a special master to watch the money, to make sure that every federal dollar that gets spent here is spent on fire relief and rebuilding and not on everything else.
Look at Ted Lieu's
Good idea.
face. Ooh, they know it's coming.
Here's a good one right over here. I don't know if you, do we all like
He's
Rick?
very
He
busy.
was ambassador to Germany. He was fantastic. Angela Merkel's happiest day ever in her history, and she had a long history, was the day I removed him from there and put him in charge of a very high level of intelligence and intelligent people, but they were not intelligent enough to fool him. But Rick Grinnell has been fantastic, and he lives here, and I don't know if you want to either think about it or recommend some people, or get together and recommend some people as a group, which is fine. But Rick would be somebody that I would certainly consider. And Breitbart is fantastic, by the way. Congratulations on that. And I was so impressed with the firefighters I met before. And they said that, you know, I asked them how many of the pumps, how many of the hydrants were working. And it was a, you know, large percentage of them were not working at all. They had no water. And the ones that did have water didn't have a lot of pressure. And one of the things that was missing, many of you have sprinklers over your living room and your bathroom and your kitchen. I mean, if those sprinklers worked with some pressure, you would have had a much different outcome. So we're going to work on that. I think in terms of that, Rick Grinnell would be good, or Rick, you'll head up a group of people that would recommend a few people to me, maybe a commission, set up a commission. I like it because we're talking about a lot of money. The other one is Kelly Loeffler is now the head of small business, and small business is big business. It's actually one of the biggest banks in the world. We call it the Small Business Administration, and she's a cabinet member, full cabinet member. She's fantastic. Her husband is the head of the New York Stock Exchange, so they know something about money and other exchanges, actually. Fantastic people. And she wants to come here almost immediately after she gets approved. She wants to come here and open up small business to the area because they have a lot of money. I always say the small business is actually a very big business when you add it all up. And she's going to come here, and it's a very important thing. I want to thank also the First Lady, because she wanted to come here. She wanted to be here. She has so many friends, and she also wanted to see North Carolina because that was another disaster that was so bad, so different, but so bad. And she just wanted to go there. We said we're going to stop at one, and then we're going to the other. In many respects, it was a depressing day, but in many respects, it was a beautiful day because the spirit is so incredible. North Carolina and here. Very, very similar situation, so different and yet so similar, actually. And so I just thought it was very nice. You wanted to be here, and we appreciate that. Please. Jay? Is that local? You got to. I don't want to be the only one to give you permits like in one day, and then I find out that the cities, the towns, and the state is not going to give you permits. And you know, the problem with permits, it only takes one. You might need 7 different permits. You shouldn't have any at this point. You should just let them build. And you know, you're only as good as the weakest one. So if you have one that's going to hold you up, but the others are going to give it to you in 24 hours, it's not going to help you very much. So they have to work on that. It's what everybody said.
Well, and let me just tell you that we are going to do everything we can, slashing regulations, expediting everything so that people can begin the process right away. You know, we have the Disaster Recovery Center on Pico and Westwood. We have building and safety there. People are already contacting the local agencies. We're bringing our city departments together so that people don't get caught in the loop of going from one room to the next. We want them all to be in the same room so that you can get busy rebuilding ASAP. Absolutely.
She doesn't get it.
Yes. Yes. And we will clear the lots, absolutely, in the city and in the county. We are working together. Both levels of government are working in unity. Yes.
Six months is no good.
And the number one thing that we are going to do immediately, and you will see this happen, is to clear out the debris. And you know, we're concerned right now over the weekend because of the potential rain, but we are going to move as fast as we can, but we want you to be safe. And we want you to be back in your homes immediately.
But the people are willing to clean out their own debris. It doesn't cost a lot.
Yes, and they can.
You
And
should
they are
let them
able
do
to-
it because
No,
by the
they
time you
can do
hire
that.
contractors, it's
Right.
going to be 2 years.
If a family...
People are willing to get a dumpster and do it themselves and clean it out.
And they can
There's
do
not that much left. It's all incinerated.
That's right.
And, you know, it's just going to take a long time if you do. You can do some of it, but a lot of these people, I know that guy right there that's talking. I know my people. You'll be on that thing tonight, throwing the stuff away, and your site it'll look perfect within 24 hours, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to wait around for 7 months till the city hires some demolition contract
If
that's going to
individuals
charge him
want to build-
$25,000 to do his lot. I think you have emergency powers just like I do, and I'm exercising my emergency powers. You have to exercise them also.
I did exercise them.
Because I looked,
signed
I
an
mean, you have a
emergency
very powerful
declaration.
emergency power, and you
Yes.
can do everything within 24 hours.
Yes. And if individuals want to clear out their property, they can. Well, yes, but you know that you will be able to go back soon.
Mr. President.
We think within a week.
That's a long time, a week. I'll be honest. To me, everyone's standing in front of their house. They want to go to work, and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important
week
thing
is
is
a
for
long
people to
time.
be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer. A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched hundreds of people standing in front of their lots, and they're not allowed to go in. It's all burned. It's gone. It's done. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to burn anymore. There's nothing to burn. There's almost nothing to burn. And they want to go in. The people are all over the place. They're standing, and I say, why aren't you going in? We're trying to get a permit. And the permit's going to take them, everybody said 18 months. You said 18 months. You said 18 months.
Last night.
And that was last night.
On that. Right.
Mr. President, we're going to be together next week, and during the interim, many of us are involved in, and Tom McClintock, who you know has been an expert on this for years,
right.
We are going to be putting conditions on the money that do two things: require that it be done timely and affordable, and then secondly, that we protect those who will come afterwards. As we speak, there are 6,000 acres burning in my district on the Mexican border. There will be more fires until we include in any disaster relief items which will prevent it or at least mitigate it from happening again. So you're going to see us proposing both of those.
Like water. Little things like
do
water.
that for
You
them.
know, the party of common sense. See, we're the party of common sense. You're not, in all fairness.
Yes, sir.
We like water to put out fires. It's really quite efficient. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm Jay Obernolte. My district is just a bit east of here.
Yep.
And you were talking about the need to better manage our forests and our wildlands to prevent this from happening again. And you were so right about that. Just last year, a couple months ago in October, they put out a fire. The line fire in my district was over twice as big as the Palisades fire. And they put it out less than a mile from my house in an area where we had done thinning, and they stopped the fire, Mr. President, on a fire break that we had built a couple of years ago.
Right.
We have an area just on the other side of my community that hasn't been thinned in decades because it's being held up by a lawsuit from an environmental group that says we're going to reduce habitat. Mr. President, we need to, in addition to getting resources and boots on the ground to do this treatment, we need to reform our legal system to prevent these lawsuits from tying up these projects for years and years and years. And not to say that the merits shouldn't be heard, but we need to hear them and we need to move on, resolve them.
Is this a state group? State or federal group?
This is a local group, actually, Mr. President, but they have help from the state.
They use the environment to make themselves feel good, and they're destroying our country. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to put your foot down. I know exactly what you're talking. You have local and state groups, and you have federal groups too. And you got to fight them the right way, because you'll never, even if the mayor gives, you're going to have a local group come in and sue. You're not allowed to go on your property. They're going to talk about asbestos and every other thing. They want to go on their property and they want to clean out their property, and you cannot let anything get in their way. And you'll have this place built up quickly, beautiful. It'll be more beautiful than before. And I would do one other thing. I'd give them a 10%, 15% bonus on their house because they went through hell, and they should be allowed to build a little bit, give them a little bit lot line bonus, give them a bonus on size, maybe a little bonus on height. They went through hell. You know, some of them had houses where they were restricted. They have to have an 8-foot ceiling. You let them have a 10-foot ceiling. Let them build a nice house, a nicer house than they had before. But I would give them a 10 or a 15% bonus on their plans. And I think it would be very well received, because they'll be able to build a little bit nicer house. Do you like that idea, by the way? They deserve it. Because you know what? It's not their fault that this fire took place. This fire took place, could have been stopped. It's not their fault. It's not the homeowner's fault. And I think they should be entitled to a bonus on their house. Okay.
Mr. President.
Sir, go ahead.
Thank you. Some good news from Paradise. We stood together there 6 years ago, along with the governor.
That was so too.
That 3,400 homes have been rebuilt out of the 18,000 lost. And there's 400 more in the wings. And so FEMA was very helpful. Now my colleague who has Altadena here, probably a very similar situation. Clearing the lots, they're probably going to have to clear about a foot worth of soil underneath those foundations to get the toxicity out. So they'll need a lot of help. Those are working class folks in Altadena.
And we did a good job with you
And
people.
FEMA was extremely helpful.
Yep.
30,000.
That was the old days when FEMA was good. FEMA's no good anymore.
Yeah.
That was when we ran it. FEMA was very good, but now FEMA's not good.
We've got to get them on track. But on the water, thanks so much for your strong efforts on that. Right now, Lake Shasta, which is in my district, is dumping more water than what is coming in. So is Folsom Lake. And those are federal projects that should be building up, because we're latter January here. And you can't count on the rain and the snow coming every year. And so if we don't fill those projects, then my colleague in San Joaquin Valley isn't going to get his water for his farmers. Well, it might be all right up in the north. They aren't going to get it. And then the water needs to go through aqueduct for Southern Cal to refill maybe the Santa Ynez Reservoir that was empty during this.
You know, you don't even need reservoirs. With the water coming down, you don't need the reservoir. You have so much water, you don't need it. You only have reservoirs because you're trying to hold water. But you have natural water coming down along the coast. It's for a million years it's been coming. You know that, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, you have a lot of half pipe. In other words, you have the half pipe that's built, and it hasn't been used. You see, it's bone dry. No water's been in that half pipe for years and years. It's closed up years ago.
Had the reservoir,
it's already there. Yeah.
Had the reservoir above Santa Palisades been full, they wouldn't have run out of water in a few hours. It would have gone for at least a few days with 40 acre feet out of 600,000.
That reservoir's been empty for a long time.
Yep.
It shouldn't have been empty. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, my name is Tracy Park. I represent the people of the Pacific Palisades on the LA City Council. I wanted to thank you for your loyal support to our military, our police officers, and especially our firefighters.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My top priority going forward is to get these men and women home as soon as possible and open up the pathway to begin their rebuilding process. It was the Army Corps of Engineers who announced last night that it would be 18 months. I am fully committed to doing my part on the ground with our state agencies and our city
Good.
and our county partners to speed this up.
Good.
I just ask for your ongoing partnership with FEMA and the EPA and our other federal agencies to make sure that we have a commitment across all layers of government to get these people back home. Thank you, sir.
I do thank you very much. It's well said. I do have to say FEMA is a big disappointment. We had it working well. We had great people, but FEMA's not good anymore. What FEMA did in North Carolina, you know, they still haven't even gone to certain areas. They don't know what they're doing. And I say, you don't need FEMA. You need a good state government. And when you have a problem in Los Angeles, or when you have a problem even in the state of California, you have your own, essentially FEMA. You fix it yourself. You don't have somebody coming in from a state where they have no idea, like Florida. They come in from hurricanes. They have people staying in Alaska. And now they see, oh, this is very nice. But by the time they get familiar with it, they don't know anything. The FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We had great people. We did some great jobs. But each state should take care of their problem and get money from the federal government. It would be so much better, so much more efficient. So we're looking at that because we have had, and you're going to have problems with FEMA too. You've already had problems with FEMA. FEMA doesn't even show up. It takes weeks before they even show up. And what happens is the state then relies on FEMA and nobody does anything because FEMA doesn't show up. So it's not a good situation. So we'll make some recommendations on that. But you have to push like hell to get the permits because I'm just hearing things that I don't like to hear. I think you're not going to get your permits as fast as people are saying. We have to get them in. Mayor, if I can help you at all in that regard, you'll let me know. But you're going to have all your federal permits. That's going to be the easy part, which, by the way, is by far the hardest part. You know who controls your water is Department of Commerce, and I already have that approval. And that's usually a very long process, but that's the hard part was the federal, but we already have that done. So anything I can do, please let me know. Please, go ahead. You lost all your schools. You lost your 4 schools? Were they completely burned down, the schools? Wow. All of them? All of them?
For that
No,
to
you
be built,
can't.
because we can't
No.
live there if there's no schools. So that's an area where we would love your help and support. I love the idea of having some, local council that can use those federal dollars, implement them quickly into rebuilding those areas.
Well, I'm going to ask Rick to set, I think right from this table, you might put a couple of the fire guys back there on that I just met, okay? Because they're really good. But get a group and figure out how we can do the processing faster.
Mr. President, if I can just defend FEMA a little bit.
Yeah.
They brought thousands of people in. I don't know how they're doing in other states. They're doing a good job for us here. They've got a huge center that's open from 9 in the morning till 8 at night. But also, when you have a disaster this size, you need to be able to deploy thousands of people, which they've been able to do. Now, California, if we did it on our own, maybe we'd have thousands of people.
You do.
But if Rhode Island has a Palisades disaster, are they then supposed to keep
How many people do you have in California? 36? How many million people do you have?
What?
You have 40 million people. You're not going to get a few thousand people. The problem with FEMA is they come from all over the country. They end up in arguments with your people from California because they want to do it a totally different way. And
They're getting
I can
more
live
funds.
either way, but you haven't gotten very much done with FEMA and all you have to do is look at North Carolina. It's one of the great disasters of all time.
And Mr. President, you can't have Rhode Island maintain a staff of thousands and thousands of people waiting to see if they have a disaster.
You know who came in and fixed North Carolina or in the process? Other states, people from all over the country came. And you have the same thing. You have a lot of people from all over the country. Getting the people is not a problem. Getting the organization's a big problem. FEMA's incompetently run, and it costs about 3 times more than it should cost.
I'm hoping
we
that
can
you
spend
get a
money
better
on
run.
schools instead of giving money to bureaucracy. It takes you so much longer.
Mr. President,
It takes you so much longer.
FEMA for helping our people.
FEMA has a standard, Brad, and I'm a builder. I was a very good builder. FEMA has a standard that's so slow. They want permit on permit on permit, and then they want permits on top of that. If you use FEMA, you'll be here for a long time. What I'm saying is get the city, get the state to give you immediate 24-hour permits. These people are going to build their own homes. They're going to get them built fast. How many of the people, could I ask you one question? How many of the people, what are people going to do for financing? What are people going to do? How many people can build a home, a percentage-wise, like where they don't have to go out and get funds? Some people are just not going to be able to rebuild their home because they have a beautiful home, but they don't have cash, right? So what are people looking to do in that case? You're going to have a big percentage, I would assume, Brad, like that. What are they going to do? Go ahead.
Mr. President, without your help, they're only going to get $43,000 from the federal government, even if they have a half
Well, you
million
know, you
dollar
did
uninsured
something,
loss.
Brad, where every insurance company in the country left California. That's why you have no insurance, because you made it so impossible. People that think like you made it so impossible. And you know,
Brad, me?
every
Mr.
insurance
President,
company.
I don't know what
I'll
you
tell you
know
this.
about my thinking.
I've never seen a state where almost nobody has insurance. And I said, what happened? And they said like 6 months ago, they all left. And 2 years ago, they had different, quadrants, but they left. And you have very little insurance here. I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
We had a lot of insurance companies pull out, but I have no
And the
idea.
insurance companies actually have been warning you. Now, I'm not a big fan of insurance companies, okay? They have their big drawbacks too, but the insurance company, I read the papers very well, and, they've been warning California for a long time. They've also been saying, we want water. You don't have water. You're supposed to get fire insurance. And the insurance company goes, you don't have any water in your fire hydrants. So it's a tough situation. I'm not a big fan of insurance companies. I get that.
They're pulling out of Florida
Brad,
as
you
well.
lost your insurance company 6 months ago because the state wouldn't give them what they had to have.
Yeah. And Mr. President, I remember the
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm Ed Ring from the California Policy Center, and in the matter of prevention of fires, in the matter of the cost of rebuilding, both of which affect insurance rates, I think one, to support something one of the other participants said, a reform you might consider, and it could be an act of Congress, is that the losers in environmentalist lawsuits pays the legal fees. And I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
Oh, you mean loser pays? I love that. Well, if you did loser pays, you could cut your courts in you could cut them down about 90%. Loser pays. You know what would also benefit? Medical. If you had loser pays for medical, your medical costs would go down by 50%. That's an interesting thing. I bring that up, but the only problem, the strongest lobby in the world, you know what it is? The lawyer lobby. So when you go back to your local congressman, hello, congressman, how about going against the lawyers for a little while? No, loser pay is, very good. In Europe, they use it in certain parts of Europe, and they have very little litigations, right? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I represent the 27th Congressional District, which is on the north side of the North San Fernando Valley through Santa Clarita and Lancaster and Palmdale. I just wanted to tell you a story of heroism. Yesterday, we had another big fire. We had several big fires across, and this fire was moving fast. It was moving 1,000 feet per minute. But what these heroes did, the firefighters and the sheriffs and the law enforcement officials, they mobilized 4,000 people within about 6 hours. They mobilized 20 air attack aircraft and helicopters, and they saved the city of Castaic. And so I just wanted to ask you to join us in recognizing those amazing heroes.
I love that.
I think the thing that we all, and I'm very encouraged by your words, we're all here to help the folks here.
Yep,
right?
that's right.
And your words about building quickly, building well, but building quickly is what I think we are all here to do. And I think if we can take that spirit out of today, it is really important that you and your wife are here. If we can take that spirit, we're going to help these people as quickly as possible, get them back on their feet, and recreate these amazing communities that we have here.
And you'll take the word spirit, such a great word, such an important word. You'll take their guts away. You'll take their spirit away if you don't give them the permits. You're going to take their guts. They're going to say, oh, all of a sudden they'll start looking for houses, and your whole thing is going to blow up on you. These people want to get going. This place can go quickly, but you don't want to take their spirit away, and that will take their spirit away. So you're 100% right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My in-laws are home. I want to make you aware of something that I know you know a thing or two about, which is interest rates. The banks, when the insurance company gives you the check on the name of the mortgage company and you, they offer you 2% interest on that money. The treasuries are 4%.
Right.
They're expanding their net interest margin on the back of fire victims. Could you please, just like you talked to the CEO of Bank of America.
Oh, you noticed that. Oh, look at this guy. He studies that. No, Bank of America, they're not nice. Sounds very nice. The Bank of America, they're not nice.
Would you please tell the banks to pay us Treasury for the money that the insurance sets aside?
Well, we're doing numbers on banks, yeah. We're doing it. Is that Leonard Boxer next to you? Leonard? Huh? We have Leonard, there's Skip. I have them all here, huh? Look at Skip. I haven't seen you in a long time. You used to be a very good golfer. You still a good golfer? Huh? And he's a good guy, too. Hi, Skip. You got them all, huh? Got Leonard, Skip. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I just wanted to say Paradise is coming back because of the help that you gave us. And we really want to thank you for that. And that's why we're here also, is because we want to help our
We did a good job with Paradise, didn't we? What a fire that was.
It was a terrible
We
fire.
had many people were found, and only the certain type of German Shepherd could even find it, right? You could not tell. The dog would go right up. There's the body. And the incineration was so horrible. So horrible.
And when we see the same devastation.
So Paradise is going good, right?
It's going good. We're coming back.
Yeah,
And it's because of the help, and we want to help our brothers and sisters here in LA to come back too. And I know that's what you're going to do. And so we really appreciate that. But from Paradise to the Palisades, the problem is fuel. It's the fuel, the vegetation, the dry grasses, the chaparral. There's a tremendous amount of it, and we're not.
You got to remove it. You got to remove it, and you got to remove it, and you got to do the other things that we've said 10 times. I mean, you got to remove it. You just can't have it. I see it even now. I saw the fire. We flew over it, and you got a lot of dry stuff. It's bone dry.
And the environmental.
And I predicted this 7 years ago. I said, do it, get it done. And everybody laughed. They thought it was. I said, forest management. They thought it was such a funny term. Ha ha ha. That's so funny. Now it's not funny anymore, we were right.
It's number one cause of these fires, number one cause.
You wouldn't have any fires.
Right. And if we just remove those environmental regulations, NEPA, CEQA at the state level, they get in the way of us doing those projects.
It's all a con job, that, right? It's all
Berry
a
Creek,
big con
the
job.
town of Berry Creek in my district.
Yeah.
CEQA stopped them from doing a fuel reduction project. They said 18 months. That's where 18 months comes from, because at least 18 months on a CEQA review. That community is no longer here today because of the North Complex fire. We didn't build that project. We need to make sure that never happens again. We have to stop those things from happening so we don't have.
Well, it will happen here
Palisades.
unless you're very strong as a group of people and demand that you have the right to go onto your property and start the process immediately, like tomorrow. How many people did I see on your street where they're standing in front of their lot? The house is there's really not much demolition. It's incinerated, right? So it's not like a lot of stuff. It's not like you have 3 stories worth of concrete. It's all incinerated. And all of the people were standing there and they weren't allowed to even go onto their lot. You got to let them do. If you can do that, you're going to see this thing go like wildfire. And if you don't, you're going to have those lots for years because people are going to leave. They're going to, as much as you love your location and your place, and you're in the real estate business, as much as you love your location and your site, your housing sites, they're going to leave. They're going to leave. They're going to find other things. They're not going to put up with it. They have spirit now, but in a year from now, they won't have spirit if you don't let them go. So just harness it. Well, I think, look, I'm going to give you everything you want. I'm going to give you more than any president would have ever given you. If most presidents wouldn't be here, number one, they certainly wouldn't be here after 3 days. They would not be here, I can tell you that. And we're going to override all of permitting. The only thing you have to do is get your state people, which should be very easily, because that's literally so easy to do. And I know the mayor, and I know she's working very hard, but she's got very powerful emergency, it's called an emergency petition. And you can petition very quickly. And I just hope you can give them, because it's very rare that the federal government would be ahead of the state government, because the federal permits are much tougher. But you essentially already have your permits. You can just go and go wild. Brad, as soon as you can get those permits, whatever you can do, if you can put that genius of yours to work on getting a permit, you'll be doing much better than some of the other things you've said, okay? But we do appreciate you. So, Mayor, could I just leave you with that? It's a big permitting deal. We're going to be back, and I'm going to put Rick in charge of just representing me for a period of time until we figure out exactly who we want to do it, whether we want a commission or an individual. You know, if you have a good individual, if you have a really good individual, and they are rare, but if you have a really good individual, it's always better than a commission, because the commission gets bogged down a little bit, Darrell, right? So it's if you had the right individual. And I know we do. We have a lot of great individuals in this community, but it's an honor to be with you. It was an honor to be with your firemen before and your policemen. We met some great people, and these are people that are leaders, and they're just fantastic. It's a fantastic group of people, and they were very brave. I want to tell you, your fire people are so well thought of. You had big fires, and it was hard to put them out, but boy, were they brave. They were really fighting against a tough thing, and everybody in the country knows it. Everybody in the country knows it. And it was an honor to be with you. So I'll be back, and we'll work very hard, and I hope you guys can start doing your cleanup starting like tomorrow or at around 12 o'clock, okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Brad.
That was Donald Trump at a fire station in the Pacific Palisades doing a little roundtable there with local political.
That had to hurt. We just watched him take down the behemoth of the California Democrat Party. Oh my God. We all called it. We were talking about that there's going to be a czar. It's going to be Rick Grinnell or Kelly Loeffler. One of the two, maybe a tag team up there. Karen Bass, retire. Just leave. Be done with it. Maybe that's why Gavin Newsom didn't show up. Because I saw Rick Grinnell get off the helicopter, and maybe he told him on a helicopter, hey, Gavin, here's what we're going to do. And he ran circles. I mean, absolutely circles around Karen Bass. Karen Bass kept trying to, oh yeah, we'll do it as fast as we can. No. Not as fast as you can tomorrow. And he kept, every time she's like, yeah, well, we're going to work at it. We're going to get it done. No. Tomorrow. It doesn't take any time whatsoever. A signature. I am waving all this stuff. So in case you don't know, when he was talking about the 10%, one of the things that she said he picked up on, and that's why he slammed her with that 10, 15%. Because if I'm rebuilding my house and I want to make it, bigger, let me have it 10 to 15% square feet bigger. Let me have it, this much in the ceilings and this much in the windows and everything. It doesn't take a lot to make this stuff work. I've done it. Like I said, on a much smaller scale. But nonetheless, I've done it. You call in, the only thing that would take a long time is depending upon how many bulldozers and backhoes and everything else it would be to get in there and clean up all these things. But basically, you probably get one company just come down the street, just take it all up. And then you got to go down about 18 inches to make sure all the burned out soil is taken out. And then you got to truck in new soil. But you can start doing it. She kept saying, oh, we're going to try and get it done in. We should be able to get it done. No, tomorrow. Unbelievable. And they had no answers. So if you're a resident in that area, you just sit back and go, these are the people who are running things? Well, you probably already know. Hey, you got to find out 15 permits. But what she didn't count on is that the people were already blabbing. The people were already saying, shh, this is what she's going to do. She's going to make us pull out permits in order to get a permit and then sign it in triplicate. And so they already told him. They told him everything. So he knew going in, oh, they're going to try and tie people up for 18 months. That's what they're going to try and do. And then she stupidly recalled some of the environmental stuff. And he's like, no. Let these people get to work. If it was your lot, if it was your piece of property, and you had the wherewithal to do it, you'd be on the phone tomorrow with some guy, drop off a dumpster and get me 2 backhoes out here. And then you're going to call the sand people or dirt and backfill it. You just saw, I don't know, about an hour's speech on complete incompetence. Now, earlier I said there's a thin line between incompetence and intentional doing something. She's a combination of both. She has no idea what she's doing. She's been put there by somebody, and she's incompetent. So she's doing what she's trying to do to keep up with the Marxist BS. That's the intentional part. And the incompetence part is you're talking to the President of the United States is right there. The President of the United States, who was a developer, is sitting 18 inches away. And you're going to try and BS a New York developer? You think too much of yourself. Maybe that's why Gavin didn't come. That's a no-win situation. A guy who controls the money, who controls FEMA, however bad they are, and is a developer. That is like the holy grail of everything coming back in your face. He knows it all. This is, he's not a fisherman. He's not a, different kind. He's a developer. So everything that you think you know, he's already done it. He didn't read a book. He's not listening to this specialist and that. He's done it. You know what it takes to build a skyscraper in New York City? And one that goes up, 100 stories? Steel and glass and the fire. And instead, what you should have done is just looked at the man sitting 18 inches to your left or left and said, Mr. Trump, President Trump, I understand your experience. What can we do to get you to help? Because that's all it would have been. All right, so looks like they're about to vote on Pete Hegseth. Wow, we pulled that right up here. Let's listen into this so we can hear it. What's going on?
Cabinet secretary position come to Capitol Hill for his or her own confirmation vote. But that's what happened tonight when Pete Hegseth came in. He came in with his kids. He also came in with his wife, Jennifer. He's off the Senate floor right now. We asked him, I hollered down the hallway at him, whether or not he would be meeting with any senators. He did not respond to that question. Right now, we think that this vote is on a razor's edge. I just spoke to a senior Republican source, and they said, quote, they are feeling good, but this is coming down to the wire. I should note that Vice President J.D. Vance is not here yet. We were expecting him to come potentially to break a possible tie vote on the Senate floor. That vote should be starting anytime here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Roger Wicker, the Republican senator from Mississippi who chairs the Armed Services Committee, who has been charged with shepherding through the Hegseth nomination, he is speaking on the Senate floor right now. We know that they're going to lose 2 votes so far, Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins. And right now it appears that J.D. Vance is arriving at the Capitol. So if they lose 1 more vote, it's 50-50, and you could have Vance break a tie in the Senate. If they lose 4, then that's a problem. And there's been a lot of questions tonight about Tom Tillis, the Republican senator from North Carolina, whether or not he's on the fence. Guys, back to you.
All right, Chad, thanks. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Lisa Booth and Fox and Friends weekend co-host Charlie Hurt.
Gotta have this. Got to have this. So it says we're about 2 or 3 minutes away. As soon as they get to the vote, we're going to switch over and have that part of the program tonight. What a day. What a day. Started off, oh, wait a minute. Looks like they're starting to vote right now. Hold on.
Serious problems facing the country right now, and not the least of which involve the Department of Defense. And the idea that Democrats are going to sit here and play games with the leader of the Department of Defense at a time when I believe, by the way, that the Republicans are far more confident that they're going to get this through than maybe they're letting on, because if they gave the green light for Pete to come, I think he's probably going to get through. But I think it highlights just how ridiculous and dangerous these games are that they're playing.
And Lisa, the vote is now officially underway in the Senate as we're speaking.
Well, he has to be confirmed. And not just the things that you mentioned, Charlie, but there's war in the Middle East.
This on the screen so you guys can see it as well when they put up the total. So it's happening right now. It's not going to take a long time. There's only 100 of them. So he's got to get to at least 49. If he gets to 49, I mean, he's got to get to 50, and then J.D. Vance could be 51. Let me see if it's up on C-SPAN, because I know C-SPAN keeps a running total, but it doesn't look like Fox is showing the running total. So wait 1 second here. I'll let you listen to this while I go ahead and look for that.
Out of the box pick from the get-go, and had a nice initial week or so, and then it was kind of shaky for a while. Turned it around, home run hearing. And if he can get through, Charlie, what does this say about the momentum for the rest of the cabinet?
I would argue that every single hearing that we've had so far, for every nominee, every one of those nominees is going to get through. And starting with Pete Hegseth, who probably was the toughest of the ones that have gone. But even if there are all these issues that Lisa mentioned that he has to deal with. But if just recruitment alone, if that's the thing that he solves, that is an existential crisis for us. Yep. And he is the perfect man for that.
Definitely have to fill the ranks in this very dangerous role. They sure did, and we'll see if it was effective or not. It looks like he may just be able to make it through. All right, well, thanks for watching Jesse Waters Primetime, and stay tuned with Fox. Sean Hannity's up next. He'll have the Hegseth confirmation vote. Have a great night.
Okay, so while they do their
welcome to Hannity, and we start.
They're doing their switch over. So while they do that, I may go ahead because Hannity just keeps talking. He just doesn't shut up, and by the time he shows it, I just want to make sure. Give me a second here. Looks like he's showing the floor. Okay, but I don't want to hear Hannity talk about this right now. Let's see what he's saying.
To our nation's capital, where Donald Trump's defense secretary nominee, our friend and colleague Pete Hegseth, is facing a very tight confirmation vote in the U.S. Senate, which is now underway. Joining us now is our very own Chad Pergram is with us. Chad, there's been, I know because I've been talking to a lot of people all day, a lot of drama behind the scenes. I have it on pretty good authority. It looks like that Pete will lose Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell, but J.D. Vance will cast the deciding vote.
Yeah, I just talked to a Republican senator who indicated to me that they thought that J.D. Vance was going to have to break this tie. He just arrived at the Capitol a little bit ago. Again, we don't know definitively about Mitch McConnell. We've known for a couple of days about Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski as being no votes here. And as I always say, it is about the math. So if you lose 3, you get to 50-50. There are 53 Republicans in the Senate. And I hollered to Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, earlier whether or not they would be able to defeat this on the floor. And he said, we'll watch the floor and we will see. But if it's 50-50, then J.D. Vance, the new vice president, in his capacity as president of the Senate, can cast a vote and break a tie. He can only vote if there's a tie, and this would be the first time during his short vice presidency that J.D. Vance would be doing this. I talked to another Republican source just before we went on the air, and they said this is going to come down to the wire. So the 2 people to look at would be Mitch McConnell. We don't know how he's going to vote. And maybe Tom Tillis, the Republican senator from North Carolina. He had indicated yesterday he still had some questions. He's not been to the Capitol yet this evening, but that's the one other senator that could, and I'll underscore that, could be in play. So they just started this vote precisely at 8:57 tonight. You might ask why 8:57? Under the Senate rules, once they broke that filibuster, you get 30 hours of debate if they use all the time. So that 30-hour meridian, it started at 2:57 yesterday afternoon. And so unless they yielded back the time, this vote was going to be tonight. Now, they kind of keep the time on the field on a Senate vote. They usually allot 15 minutes. Most votes take 30 minutes to an hour, maybe 45 minutes if they're moving, simply because a late night vote, a lot of people aren't at the Capitol. They've been at dinner, they've been back home. We might get a sense early on how the vote is going and be able to divine whether or not he has the votes to actually be confirmed. That's something that we're going to be waiting on here. But this vote is hot right now. The other thing to look for is once they finish that roll call vote, is whether or not they have a cloture vote, a procedural vote to break the filibuster on the nomination of Kristi Noem to be the Homeland Security Secretary. That is next automatically.
All right, so we got a number of things that are going to be happening. We got the cloture vote. We follow Pete Hegseth's vote right away. Let me see if I can pull up C-SPAN, and so we can see the actual vote without hearing these guys yap or whatever. Hold on, let me check this out real quick. And hold on, I'm trying to pull it up here and see the actual. I wonder why Fox isn't putting the vote on the screen so we can see the numbers. But while I do some work over here, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep it on Fox as the as the source. Sorry, it is what it is. At least we will indeed see it as it happens. All right, so what I'm gonna do is go to split screen, and I can keep talking as you guys can watch. Yes, Lisa Murkowski, she's gonna be one of the rhinos that says no. Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell. I cannot even believe that Tom Tillis is in play. I thought Tom Tillis actually said he was voting for him. And Mitch McConnell, those three, they hate Trump. I don't understand it. Don't understand it. Yes, Brenda, you're right. Please, Lord, allow this gentleman to get voted in. McConnell needs to go. Let's see here. We the people want Pete. I'd rather see the process instead of listening to the yapping. Let me try another channel here and see if they show the numbers of the actual. Because I have to be able to get the actual feed in addition to everything. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see if I can get this. All right, so I'm watching. Not to get too technical with you, but you're not allowed to show a YouTube channel feed on another YouTube channel, if that makes sense. But in any event, that's what we're dealing with right now. So over on the other channel, they're not announcing they're not showing. Okay, they're doing it one at a time. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. I might be able to do. Hold on. Let me leave this, and I will be right back because I'm going to try and do something that might work, might not work. Let me see. I'll be right back.
Tonight. But that's kind of where we stand. But this vote is on the edge as we stand right now.
All right, so I was going to change, but they're actually showing it on the screen. So, never mind. So we've got a good view. So it's 33-23. So that's 56. There's still 44 of these guys ladies and men to go ahead and vote. We know that you can see Bernie Sanders and some of these other people. You know, those are no. And so it's proceeding. It's going to be close. Got to get him to 50. Got to get him to at least 50. Thank you, Barry. Thank you guys for hanging out. We've been here going on 5 hours at this point. You can't cross streams. Nope, can't cross streams. I know how Collins got elected. All the Northeast states are disgusting blue states. Yep, and I'm from Connecticut. If Tillis votes no, somebody said his career is over. But you know what? Maybe if you get the big bag of like a couple $1 million in it, you may not care. But since Hannity's not talking and Brett Baer, let's just listen in.
I think that there is a sense that the former Senate Majority Leader may vote no tonight on Pete Hegseth, which would bring that to 3 no votes. And the biggest question then is Thom Tillis from North Carolina. Senator Tillis put out a very glowing statement about President Trump's trip to North Carolina and the affected areas in Asheville today, saying how much it meant to him personally and to those people surviving Hurricane Helene and the devastation still after all of these weeks. That's not an indication of how he's going to vote on Pete Hegseth, but it is something that came out today. As Chad mentioned, it's really rare for the nominee himself to be up on Capitol Hill, to bring his family to Capitol Hill. And he was standing or holding in what's called the Strom Thurmond room in the Capitol area, waiting. We don't know if he talked to some senators during that time, but he did, as Chad mentioned, give reporters a thumbs up. So we are now waiting for these key votes, McConnell, Tillis, and then Vice President Vance would break a tie if it's 3 Republican no votes.
Yeah. Brett, if I may, I just got confirmation from another U.S. Senator that did talk to Thom Tillis. In fact, he is expected to be a yes. So it really won't matter what Mitch McConnell ends up doing in this vote. I kind of expected that he would lean towards no. If that's the case, then J.D. Vance will be the tie-breaking vote, and Pete Hegseth will be the Secretary of Defense. Obviously, we're watching the numbers on the side of our screen, 37-30. If that is the case, that is a big win for Donald Trump, and I would argue a big win for the military. We both know Pete really well. He lives, eats, breathes, sleeps, everything military. And we're at a time where I believe the country has a gap of vulnerability. We're behind on hypersonic. We need to develop the next generation of weaponry for warfare. We've got a lot of work to do. Eliminate DEI in the military. Recruitment is down. They've got a lot of work there.
They do. And, you know, I covered the Pentagon for 4.5, 5 years. That building, you know, there's a lot of great people inside, but there's a lot of institutional bureaucracy that I think President Trump talked about on the campaign trail of shaking things up.
So you can see who's walking up. I just saw Chris Murphy from Connecticut walk up and give the thumbs down. That's how it got to 31. I'm waiting to see if McConnell even shows up. There's Chris Coons right there at the bottom. Waiting to see 2 people. Waiting to see Thom Tillis. Let's see if he walks up. And also waiting to see McConnell. So McConnell may not even show up. He just might be not voting because the guy's very feeble. Who knows if he even shows up today. but it's close. It's very close. As we continue, there's Murray. She's going to vote no, so it's going to go to 32 in a second here. Excuse me. So it's kind of a bunch of vultures walking around. And who's that? That's, what's his name? The black guy, the guy from Georgia. He just voted no. You can see when they walk by, they just drop the thumbs down or thumbs up. That's all they have to do. So we're at 72. There's 28 people left to vote. You can see it when they walk up. If somebody walks up in there, so it's 38, 34, waiting for some stragglers. Some of the strategy is to wait and see, what did this guy do and what did that guy do, and so they're all waiting. I'm looking to see if I see J.D. Vance out there on the floor. Right now, I don't see that. Yeah, we need to win Pete. We need to win Pete and show these people. Yeah, Warnock, that was his name. Warlock. I call him Warlock. So we're at 38, 34. Okay, God, this is making me ill. How many are drunk voting, really? Why are these people walking around? Why can't they name each senator and get a vote? Because that's just what they do. There's John Thune. He just walked in at the bottom. Him and I think it was Tom Barrasso, so this may jump to 40 unless they already voted. There's Tommy Tuberville, however you say his name, down the bottom, as well as there's Lisa Murkowski. Bam! She just walked up and gave the thumbs down, walking away. So it's going to be even less now than these people. Amy Klobuchar, she just voted no and walking away. So did I call that? Yeah, I called that. So it's 38, 38, 39, 38. All right. Getting closer. Is McConnell even there? I don't know. Patty Murray is a gargoyle. She sure is. I haven't seen somebody's like, hopefully Fetterman says yes. Haven't seen Fetterman wander out there yet. You can't miss him. That guy in the bottom in the dark hair is the other communist from Georgia, so he's about to vote no. The guy standing in front of Raphael Warnock. He's the other Georgia senator, so he'll turn around and vote no very shortly. So you got a gaggle of Democrats standing over there on the right. It's close. It's very close. Get her out. Murkowski's a fake nail biter. Yes, Camille, it is indeed a nail biter. All right, so we're seeing who else is walking up there. A lot of these guys are walking around, and it's almost like is that her? No, it's almost like an intimidation thing. They're standing right in front of the lady who has to record the votes. There's another down. I don't know who that. Oh, that was Bennett from Colorado. Ooh, he just came up and said no. Getting close here. Getting very, very close. So where are these 9 Republicans? The other 9, actually, what do we have? We got 57. So, 53, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. I don't know. Don't know. There's Mark Wayne Mullen. I like Mark Wayne Mullen. Let's see what he has to say.
Colleague Pete Hegseth, what's your reaction to the vote today?
Sean, I'm telling you, Pete set the bar high for candidates on how you go and win votes. He is working all the way up to literally the last hour. I was with him just a second ago. He was still on the phone. You're right. Him and Tillis did have a good meeting today. And I'm telling you, Pete and Jenny, they're a power couple. The way they attacked the media, the way that the media came after them, and they just faced it front on. They took the shots over the head, and they never blinked. They never stepped back. They just continued moving forward. Pete earned this vote today because of his ability to go into the fire and win the fight. I have been so impressed by him. Through this process, I get to call him a friend like you.
Yeah, this just was X'd out. It was put on X by Senator Tom Tillis. From the beginning, I have been clear about my position. If President Trump's nominees were reported favorably out of the relevant committees, I would support their confirmation on the Senate floor, absent new material information on their qualifications. Once Pete Hegseth's nomination was sent to the floor by my colleagues on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I conducted my own due diligence, including asking tough questions of Pete. I appreciated his candor and openness in answering them. He has a unique perspective as a veteran of wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and is unquestionably passionate about modernizing our military and supporting the brave patriots like myself who serve our nation. I will support his confirmation. Look forward to working with him to rebuild our military and advance Donald Trump's peace through strength agenda. You know what? I've got to give a lot of credit to any senator, taking advising consent as a serious matter is something that I think that every elected official should do. And some people, get angry if senators ask extra questions or want more information. To me, they're doing their job.
Sean, what Tom is very thorough, and I'm telling you, his word is gold. If he tells you where he's at, he's going to be there. At the same time, he's going to do his job, and he's not going to pull back punches. What he appreciated about Pete was exactly what President Trump appreciates about him too. He's not afraid of the fight, and he's not afraid of taking on tough issues. Pete sat there and would take the questions, and he didn't dodge them. He didn't hide from them. He addressed every single one of them, and that's why he was able to win the votes over. Now, we knew we were walking into a situation where we may lose 3 people, and we started there. We started there thinking that we're going to have 50-50 on this vote, and then Senator J.D. Vance is going to be able to cast the deciding vote on this one. That's exactly where we started, and it was exactly where we ended up. But we did it because Pete and Jenny walk the halls here daily and was willing to take those meetings nonstop. And there's so much credit due to them. Even though the Senate did do our Article 2, Section 2 advising and consent process, it was because Pete was able to keep the no's off the board and keep the yeses where they were at.
I guess the one person that maybe I have questions about would be Mitch McConnell, only because Mitch, his successor, John Thune, he knows how hard that job is. He also knows that Pete is very pro-military. I don't think it would have been hard for Mitch to move to the yes column, but that did not seem to factor into his thinking at all, and he kept it very tight to the vest all day. And I think that's a little disappointing. I think John Thune was very loyal to him, and you would think he would want to help out the new majority leader get off on the right foot. It's going to happen anyway, but he could have helped him.
I never had a conversation with Mitch through this process. I did.
Yes, everyone's noticing that Mitch McConnell voted no. Mitch McConnell voted no. So everyone who's saying the numbers are on another channel, this is actually live. So this is the actual count, 48-46, and it is live. It says 919, and that's what 919 is on my computer as well. So this is live. Every single thing that's happening is being recorded. He's at 48. Need 2 more. 2 more. Warlock is a wife beater. 48-46. We're coming down to the end here. That's it. 40 and 40 is 80, 94. So there are basically 6 people who haven't voted yet. Ossoff, yeah, that's the other guy, the other communist from Georgia. 48-46, very close. He needs to get 2 more. Yep, and then the vice president would come in and have to vote. So I'm looking to see if anybody else is walking up. Don't see any more senators. Somebody just walked in at the bottom there. He's not voting now. Waiting to see it's 48-47. So 48-47. If all the Democrats have voted, that's all of them. They do not have any more votes. So at this point, this is where the other 3 idiots would come in. McConnell and Murkowski and Collins. So we know at this point the bottom number more than likely is going to be 50, because that all those 47, if we just assumed all 47 of those people were Democrats, that's all of them. And then we're going to get 3 more Republicans are going to vote no. So they're going to be right at 50. So the only thing right now is, can Pete pull up 2 more votes so that J.D. Vance can come in? So we're just waiting for those 2 more votes. He's got to get to 50. Got to get to 50. Yeah, Mitch needs to go to a nursing home. Yeah. What a bitter, nasty old man. How bitter and nasty. All right, so got to get 2 more. This is some nail-biting stuff right here. 48, 47. Yep, McConnell has already voted. Exactly. So what I was talking about the math, is that McConnell, Murkowski, and Collins already pushes the Democrats to 50, unless Fetterman didn't do it. If Fetterman votes yes, he's my hero. All right, 48, 48. This is probably going to come down to the wire here. It's probably going to be 50-50. I hope that's the best we can hope at this point. There's 49. He needs 1 more. 1 more. Let's see if Hannity's got any information for us. 1 more, and he's got 50, and that's all we're going to need.
When this first got announced, I called Pete and I told him exactly how this would turn out. I wish I was wrong. I said, you're probably starting out with no on Susan, no on Lisa, no on Mitch. I said, if you lose 1 more, that means you're not going to get it. And by the way, it is now official. Pete Hegseth will be the next Secretary of Defense. J.D. Vance will cast the deciding vote. Let's listen in on the Senate floor, Brian, before we get to
yes.
All right. Let's see.
Got it.
Oh, apparently there's nothing to listen to. So let's go back to Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Look, Sean, this is amazing. Pete has been a friend of mine for almost 4 decades. Okay, I knew the kid.
This is awesome. J.D. Vance will come in now and do it. It's in. It's in. This is so amazing. Pete Hegseth will be Secretary of Defense. Screw you, Murkowski. Screw you, McConnell. And screw you, Collins. You guys should never get any sort of nothing. You should be voted out. We got it.
He outworked anybody who wanted to come at him about his character or his ability to lead. And he said, I'll talk to you. Let me make my case. Let me show you what I'm about. And to me, Sean, that is the most encouraging thing I have seen through any part of this confirmation process. JD? He sat there in front of...
Where is JD? JD, come on in and hit the gavel. Boom. And then swear him in right away. Just do it right there in front of him. So it's... remember, so after they go through this, they may go through the cloture vote on Kristi Noem right immediately thereafter. But once J.D. Vance makes it official, I'm done here tonight. That's another 5 hours plus the 3 hours we had this afternoon. That's another 8 hours. And then tomorrow is going to be huge, absolutely huge, because we've got the rally that came up from nowhere. So come on in and watch the rally with me. Love to have you. All right, come on. Where's JD? Bring out the bring out the vice president. 50-50. Man, they tried to take it from him. Thank you, Jesus. Absolutely. People voted for these 3 because they don't want declared Dems. Yeah. JD Vance is there. I'm just waiting for him to walk out on the floor because he'll go up behind the gavel and do it. So we're just waiting for them. Send all these. Is that JD? No, I saw a guy with beard walk in. Wow, this was too close for comfort. If you think this is bad, wait until the Kash Patel hearing. That's going to be crazy, Kash Patel. Thank you, Angie, for watching. Thank you very much. It made me sick how they tore Pete apart for so long. Oh, they're not done. Oh, I guarantee you, they're going to be running over to MSNBC and CNN and just continue. They can only continue what they're doing. They don't have anything else. There literally is nothing else in their cupboard. It's bare. You saw it at the California thing. They just sit there and have to shrug their shoulders. They can't even discuss things that people want to talk about. It's a dead party. No hoodie for Thailandese. Barry, you went from part-time gig to a full-time gig with built-in overtime. No taxes on overtime. No taxes on overtime. Crazy. JD is going to be so effing funny and slam that hammer down. If it goes to the different camera angles so we can actually see him. Cannot believe it. Cannot believe it. Where is he? Where is JD? Wow, what a day. What a day. Cash will slide in. I don't know. I mean, Trump's going to have to get in there and beat up on some of these rhinos. I mean, you can count on Murkowski. She's done. She will vote against all of them. But we'll see. We'll see. This is the one they thought they had something on. You know, they dreamed up this assault stuff. But Kash Patel, they're going to probably talk about Q and the enemies list. RFK Jr., people are saying he's going to skate through. So I don't know. Where's J.D. Vance? Bring him out. Okay, wait a second. I'd like to hear what Chad has to say.
50. I thought Mitch would be a no. I thought that Tillis would be a yes. And it turned out that way. And now J.D. Vance will cast the deciding vote.
Well, it looks like we're going to have a 51-50 vote. We call this here on Capitol Hill a Van Halen vote because that's that album they had some years ago, 51-50. Again, Vice President Vance has just been in office a couple of days, and this will be his first tie-breaking vote. It doesn't happen very much depending on the arrangement of the Senate and the arrangement of the issues before them and whether or not a vice president has to break a tie. So he's getting to do this very early on. We saw this during the Trump administration the first time where Vice President Pence had to come to Capitol Hill to break a number of ties on both issues and even some lower level figures. But I mentioned earlier Betsy DeVos, the former education secretary. What you're looking at right now on the floor, Mike Rounds, Republican senator from South Dakota, he is kind of leaning back in that chair all the way over to the right there. That's the dais, and that's Mike Rounds. At some point, J.D. Vance will come in and preside over the Senate in his capacity as president of the Senate. In the old days, we used to see the vice president, pretty much preside all the time. That doesn't happen much anymore except for big occasions or certainly when they think they need to have a tie-breaking vote. But he will announce the yeas, 50, announce the nays, 50, and then he will say, in my capacity as vice president of the Senate, I vote, and it'll be 51-50. And as I indicated, you had Pete Hegseth come to the Capitol tonight with his wife. He is here on Capitol Hill. We hollered to see if he was going to meet with anybody, maybe try to convince somebody at the last moment. We're told, that Tom Tillis, talked to Pete Hegseth for about 2 hours today and, kind of settled his concerns. In fact, there was a letter that was sent where he went, chapter and verse through this affidavit that dealt with some of the allegations of sexual misconduct, which Hegseth has denied at every turn, and went through point by point saying, well, this is what happened, and helping Senator Tillis better understand this. But at some point here, you're going to have a new Secretary of Defense. He will be the 29th Secretary of Defense. And this is not all for the Senate tonight. Remember, this is only the third nominee that they will have confirmed. The next one in the queue is Kristi Noem, the South Dakota governor, to be the Homeland Security Secretary. And what is queued up immediately by rule after this is a vote to overcome the filibuster on that nomination. We're told they would do that tonight. She is not as controversial as Pete Hegseth, and I talked to a couple of senators here tonight who thought they might just have an hour or two of debate and maybe even vote on her as early as tonight. But if Democrats make them run all the parliamentary traps, they could stretch this out to Sunday morning or so. And then next in the queue is Scott Bessent to be the Treasury Secretary, and at some point after that, Sean Duffy. And so you see how long it takes to confirm some of these nominees if the Democrats stretch this out. I really want to get into a point here about the politics behind that. The Republicans, frankly, I think kind of liked the fact that they had this 30 hours of time from yesterday afternoon after they broke the filibuster so they could make sure that they had the votes. Plus, it indicated to the president and also to the Republican base that they were here working late on a Friday night, willing to stay over the weekend and willing to work as hard as they could to confirm some of these nominees. But politically, also for the Democrats, this works to their favor, too, because they are able to erect opposition here and say, look, we're here late on a Friday night. We don't like Pete Hegseth. Some of us don't like Kristi Noem. Scott Bessent, Sean Duffy, that might be another story. But we're going to show up on a Friday night, and we're going to say, look, we just think that Pete Hegseth is unqualified, and we're going to vote against him, and that's what they did tonight, Sean.
You know, it will be interesting. After my interview with John Thune, he was adamant about the fact that he's going to make them work nights and weekends. And
come on, JD, where the hell are you? I gotta go. I got to get out of here. I need to get some rest. I need to get some dinner. Just waiting for JD to come. So you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. While we're waiting for JD, I'm going to go ahead and start reading off Super Chats so we can see when JD walks in. So let's start here. Reyes, she is. Maybe recess the other nominees. Dems are just love playing their games. Yep. Joyce Williams, no tax on tips either, Barry. Thank you for all you do. I have been watching your videos since very first Trump rally. Thank you very much. Don't forget about tomorrow's Trump rally. Demon of Cybertron, Pete Hegseth confirmed, and you can drink on that. Absolutely. S. Berg, thank you, Barry. Thank you for watching. Steven Stergow, we won the floor 53-47. That means all Republicans should confirm every nominee Trump appointed, no excuses. Yeah, I agree with that. These people are... Remember I was talking earlier about how you have to learn how to win? These people don't want to win. Who's that? Steve, born on the 4th. Thank you for another fanfare marathon I watch every day, and now I need more popcorn. Yeah, they have indeed turned into some of these. I told you this one was going to go long. Watching the screen here. What's Chad saying?
Office just off the floor. The vice president keeps an office here. You know, the vice president in the Constitution is a little bit fish and fowl. They are part of the executive branch. They are part of the legislative branch. And so, you know, he cannot debate. He cannot do anything but vote in the affirmative. And I should point out that sometimes when you have tie votes, I remember my first experience with this back in the 1990s is we thought that Al Gore, then Vice President Gore, had broken a tie. He was presiding, and we couldn't understand what it...
All right, let me just keep going. From 333 DLV, let's pray right now for Hegseth and Noem. Amen. Absolutely. Ronnie C., this is not the 2016 President Trump. Not at all. This is a much experienced, wiser, and no-nonsense President Trump. Absolutely. All right, so let me move the page up here. Raise, as I'm watching here. Barry, you're my news channel. So glad I found you. Thanks for bringing it to us. Let's go. Thank you very much. Izzy MP. Did anyone notice his cap in California? It was the Proud Boy colors, yellow and black. No, it was the Elon, dark MAGA. Chapo. Karen couldn't commit to anything as she needs permission from her puppet masters like BlackRock and Soros. He's talking about Karen Bass. Indeed, she couldn't even answer the questions. Well, we're going to try. Penny Corder. I wonder if President Trump ever sleeps. He never stops working. They say he sleeps like 4 or 5 hours a night. Ronnie C. Yes, Barry, you said the same thing. Yep, absolutely. Hold on, let's see what Brett is saying.
I think Tulsi Gabbard, there are some questions, and we'll see how that hearing goes. I want to just go back to Pete and how big a night this is and how significant this job is. As I said, I covered the Pentagon. I rarely correct our...
All right, Del Ho says this dude, PYS, pissed him off so close FEMA with executive orders today. Keep talking, he'll prove a point and close him sooner. Yeah, exactly. Caleb, and with Rick Grinnell. Caleb McIntosh, Barry, can you do a show focused solely on roasting Gavin Newsom and the bass fish for me? Lady Law, thank you, Barry, for your excellent work. Thank you for watching. Tim McCurry, the lion roared tonight. Trump was a beast at the fire station. The hyenas had nowhere to hide. Definitely couldn't go to the watering hole. Nope. He was spanking them. Ozma, thank you, Barry, for working so hard to bring this to us. Was Trump going to tie relief for California to voter IDs, or did I dream that? Nope, he did say it earlier, so I'm sure it's going to be in the paperwork, in the fine details. We'll hear it. Ron Zimmerman, America's back, so back. Deborah Knievel, thank you, Barry, and your team for your excellent program. Thank you very much. Larry Hensley, as we're still waiting. Larry Hensley, great coverage. Idea for you set up a Barry cam looking over your shoulder, so showing what you're looking at. Okay. You mean like this stuff? Okay, I gotcha. Del Ho, trying to BS the man who built the New York skyline. Not going to go good for them. Nope, not at all. Still waiting to see if JD... Nope, he hasn't walked in yet. Yeah, kind of hard to BS Donald Trump. I mean, the guy's a serious developer. Let me advance a page here. Del Ho says, Daddy's home, and the dishes ain't done. Trash can is full. Bedroom is dirty. He's not having any of it. Oh my God, I'm loving watching him put people in their place who think they are more than that. Yeah, he didn't. Just right to your face, too. Right to their faces, he said it to them. Betty Stokes, thank you very much. Peaceful Patriot, she's trying to out-talk President. It was futile. She just put herself in knots. Del Ho, don't propose, do. You ever see that GIF with Yoda? Like, there is no try. There is do or do not. Just get it done. Del Ho again. Finally, Daddy is spanking girl in public without caring about her feelings. Political correctness is gone. Yeah, I think they should realize that in California right now, that political correctness is done. It's done. It's so done. Aussie Johnny, thanks, Barry, for one of your best shows ever. You are a favorite fellow. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling me the fellow. I want to be a fellow. Martin and Grace. Did you notice when the Californians started to criticize the leadership there, that's when the cameras pulled back? Yeah. I wondered if they were even covering it on, the other media stations. Probably not. They're probably not going to show much of Trump on those stations. Christopher Brown, I forgot to thank you and your mods and your lovely wife for what you do. I watch every day. Thank you. Jill, thank you very much. Christopher Brown again. Is it possible for a guy to get copies of the EOs that Mr. President has signed so I can add them to my wall dedicated to Donald Trump? I'm not sure how you would get signed copies. I know where the actual wording is, but I don't know how they have if they have signed copies available. Lindsay, okay, nothing. Lindsay Mosley, CNN is not showing Trump's sit-down speech. How can they get away with this? Pandas have it on the air right now. So disrespectful. They don't care. They figure if their small audience doesn't see it, then it never happened, and that way they can lie better. That's the whole thing behind it. The more that the people don't know and don't see, it covers up and gives them the ability to lie. And they're like, oh, Trump said this. Why didn't you show it? Toinette Fortune. Hi, Barry. I live in Lancaster, surrounded by the fire, and Governor Newsom still hasn't turned the water on. I checked. We all want both of them to put. Can you imagine? Can you imagine going to the spigot and turning on the water and nothing happens? Nothing. Joy Kirkland, thank you. Barry, you can be the fanfare fellow. Works for me. Thank you very much. Let's see. Stephen Anderson, thank you very much. The Resnicks need their water contracts renegotiated. Can't steal the majority of water in California. Keep up the great work. The Resnick, that contract should be revoked, not renegotiated. Revoked. Take it away from them. Kalina Eng, Barry, you already add a fellow, jolly good fellow. See there? Thank you very much. Maybe you can become an honorary fellow. I have to put that on a business card. I'm an honorary fellow. I'm looking to see, is he ready? Hold on.
Dramatically, DEI will be officially dead in the U.S. military. Woke in the military will go away. The military will now focus on its mission, and that is defending our country and having the biggest, toughest, meanest, most deadly defense force on the face of the earth to, fight back.
No, once he comes in, he'll be in that main seat, so he has not come in yet. Party Dog says Newsom went to the liquor store to get drunk so that he can start crying and slinging snot all over the state of California. It's his absence was notable. Beverly Litton, last night Laura Ingraham said Mexico is diverting U.S. money to shelter illegals that we sent for other medical needs. Evil, evil, evil people will continue to be evil. Evil people don't stop being evil because we win. We have to stomp them out. Trump is making those SOBs wait on him. Stephen, or was that Stephen? Yes, no, that's right. Where is it? Stephen Sturgeon. They need a desalination plant to be able to pump water from ocean to all fire hydrants. Plus, people have said that empty reservoirs, private owned. Do it. Whatever needs to be done. Don't look for impediments. Look for solutions. Leland Hopkins, maybe Trump had Newsom arrested or thrown out the helicopter. Leland Hopkins, maybe. Did I just read that one? Okay. Let me just move on. Maybe Trump wanted to hear feedback to speak their mind from people without any influence of Newsom or Bass. SA 2018 says that could be. They certainly. Oh, wait a second. Hold on.
Apparently, we don't have the audio of that. If we can get that up as quickly as possible, that would be great. I don't know if he's responding to the vote. We are anticipating J.D. Vance will make the final tie-breaking vote any moment now on the Senate floor. When that happens, we'll bring that to you live. Kate.
So, yeah, again, why do you do these little press gaggles in front of jet engines? It kind of stupid, or have better mics. One of the two. American Dreamer, please understand, RSBN is privately funded. They have shown the truth from the beginning. Be kind. Why? Who was saying anything bad about RSBN? I love RSBN. I could have done a lot of the stuff I do without RSBN. Tommy Radcliffe, so proud of DJT. He does what he says. Love that. Absolutely. Viking King. Does anyone else know there are no DEI hires among those firemen? Except for the fire chief. And he met her. When he walked in, he shook her hand, and he got to meet the fire chief. Here comes J.D. Vance, the vice president. So he wasn't there. Everyone was saying he was there. He wasn't there. Okay. He's there now. I think that's him. Where the GG9? Where the DEI fire chief and her hires? Just she was there, but none of the hires. Can you imagine Biden taking this much time out to speak with some neighbors? I can't. Nope. Without a teleprompter and notes, it ain't happening. All right, there he is. He's there. Yes, retired condition-based. Yes, retired cop. It depends on the state and the detail. And Melania was speaking a foreign language with that resident. Did you notice? Yes, I did. I noticed that she was talking a different language, but I couldn't pick up what. Some people said it sounded like it was Russian. I'm not really sure what it was. Steven Stergow. Putin and Zelensky have Democrats in their back pocket. Demo rats don't want to stop the war because they're getting kickback. Well, it's about to end. Salty Lima was talking about the people being firefighters instead of cops, because I was wondering why they didn't have guns. Ryzen Phoenix. So glad. Let's pray for these people. Rich or not, they're still human beings created in the image of God. Well said. Ryzen Phoenix again. God bless you and your family, Barry. Thank you very much. Maria Daniel. Thank you. Viking King. Melania standing close to Donald looks like Luca Brasi watching up from that curly hair. I was texting with a friend of mine. I was like, man, she looks like she got a 9 up in her pocket. You get too close, she's gonna waste you. She's gonna blast you. I thought the same thing. She's looking fierce out there. Beverly Litton. The MTG room has a lot of people there. Yeah. The meeting room. I'd like to see the Republicans do a full interrogation background check on all Democrats. Let's see what they have done. Yep. Imagine if they did to these people what they did to Trump. There's no way they could withstand that kind of investigation. Wizard of Obark, spare you are the GOAT Trump jockey. It's like play-by-play calling for sporting events. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. I like that. Mel Porter, God bless you and your family. Thank you very much for that. You know how much time? I miss my wife. I haven't seen my wife today much. Been in here all this time. Whew. We're almost there. Almost home with it. Where are we at? Joy Kirkland. What's truly sad is that the majority of these fires could have at least been contained better, and a lot would have lost their homes. So true. Marcus Anderson, I said in October, Trump should do a monthly rally, even after winning, to keep U.S. Trumpians notified and fighting. Well, you got one coming tomorrow, out of nowhere. I mean, literally out of nowhere. Paul Grob, I am so glad to hear about the defunding of Planned Parenthood. My mother gave her life being 7 months pregnant with cancer. She saved me. Wow. Wow. God bless you, Paul. That's amazing, brother. Edwin Mendez. You know, sometimes I read these comments and I just can't believe some of the things people say. It's amazing. Edwin Mendez, he signs no tax on tips into law in Nevada. I was thinking that. I was thinking he was going to have the desk set up in Las Vegas and do it right there. Sandra, J.G. Thompson, bury another rally. Yep, time to ask for raise. And he just said, oh yeah, so tomorrow there's a rally. I'm like, what? What? Another rally? Yeah, rally tomorrow. I'll be here with you, Barry, and the best MAGA Patriots ever. Thank you. I'm probably going to go live at about 2 o'clock, 2:30. Depends on when I wake up, because I'm going to need it. Save the doggos. You're a machine. Thank you for all you were doing. Thank you very much. Thank you. I like that. Thank you very much. The machine. No, Trump is the machine. We're all just trying to keep up with him. I mean, the guy is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hats off to him. Tommy Ratcliffe, it's all about the money for them. Trump respects money. He earns it, doesn't lie, cheat, and steal for it. They all should be in prison for life. Law matters. Well said, Tommy. I mean, she tried to weasel her way out of a couple times when Trump was talking. It was really scummy, really scummy. Beverly Litton, check the security. But wait, has he walked in yet? You'll see when that guy has to get up. Oh, there's JD. Hold on. Let's go ahead and let's cut to this.
To their house, they want to go to work and they're not allowed to do it.
And the most important thing is
a
for
long
people
time.
to be safe.
They're safe. They're safe. You know what? They're not safe. They're not safe now. They're going to be much safer.
He's in his seat.
A week is actually a long time, the way I look at it. I watched.
Let's go to J.D. Vance. He is now taken to the dais. He's on the Senate floor to cast the deciding vote for Pete Hegseth.
If not, on this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the nomination is confirmed.
Now official, Pete Hegseth is the new defense secretary, with J.D. Vance, the vice president, casting the deciding vote. Anyway, we have a lot more on that. The state of California, though, they are still dealing with terrible.
All right. It's done. It's officially done. Pete Hegseth is your new defense secretary. You know what I call that?
We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
I'm going to have to get a backup button for that. That's good. Retro Bill says these California miscreants preparing to screw Trump in a gotcha moment. Didn't work. They better gird their loins because it's going to get medieval on these folks. Oh, you're absolutely right. Don't worry, patriots. Their day of judgment will come. They think they are better and smarter than the rest of us. From CAD. It's wonderful, wonderful. So that's 3 down. We got the Department of Defense with Pete Hegseth. We have the CIA with John Ratcliffe, and we've got Marco Rubio. Need to get more done. Need more cowbell. Lots more cowbell, please. More cowbell. And let me see here. I think I got couple more here I got to read, and then I go back to the beginning to see if I missed anybody. All right, Michael Guthrie. Is it just me, or does Murkowski remind anybody else of Cruella de Vil? Good apt description. Let's see. Wait. Reyes. Let's go. America is back. A lot of work. It took a lot of work. We did it, people. We all did it. Paddlefoot, J6 committee members need to be investigated for destroying evidence. The people need accountability. I completely agree with that. These are way back like 4 hours ago when we were talking about Kimberly Wargo. Great woman. I hope to have her on again shortly so we can talk about what now that she's got her pardon. It's a 5-hour flight from East Coast to West Coast. Everything depends on what time Air Force One left California. It seems like a day ago, doesn't it? Name them. Joy Kirkland. Where'd that go? Hold on. It's actually probably not a 5-hour flight when you're on Air Force One. It's probably a little fast. Joy Kirkland says, name them. You punk. Mark Deff's Sidious. Look at Kelly, Dave, the people at Fox. She was talking about when they were like, oh, these women said this, women said that. People who worked with them at Fox said this. Who? They just get up there and lie. Useful idiot. It's okay, time to get rid of the bar and drinking by any sitting senator or sitting congressperson as of today. They act like they never were young men. Crazy. Lisa M., probably not Lisa Murkowski, but Lisa M., just because Patriots. Thank you. James Cagley, loved watching Trump stick it to Bass. It was harsh. Deplorable D, thank you for a very enjoyable afternoon and hopefully evening. Love your show, and Patriots, see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Arcadian gal. Surgery was successful, but worse than we thought. I'm home. I hope you are healing and everything is going to be much better for you. And you're watching tonight. Thank you. Tammy DeLong, thank you, Barry, and everyone behind the scenes. You're all rock stars. MAGA, let's go. Too much winning. Kay Thomas, Patty Murray wears her grudge on her face. Evil. Yeah, she does all the time. Barry, Ray says, Barry, what is going to happen to all the cosplay soldiers that are currently serving? I served with several before I retired. Will they be discharged? Here's what I think is going to happen. I think that Pete Hegseth is going to make them earn it. Instead of the DEI didn't earn it, now earn it. You got so much to go through this obstacle course. You got so much time to do this. Let's see if you can hold up, because that's what they wanted, right? They wanted to prove that they can contend. Well, let's see if they can contend. Do it. Absolutely do it. Domestic terror. If you don't want top brass and someone who can relate to rank and file soldiers, then maybe. Exactly. Sue Contreras, love you, Barry. And Val Brooks. Oh, yeah, hi, Val. Thank you, Barry. You are amazing. And the last one here is, I got 2 more. Neil Garanja, thank you very much. Gator Billy. On MSNBC, they cut it where it looks like the state is going to pay 100% of disaster relief. They're going to have to do a lot of that cutting. They're going to have to do a lot of that. And Georgie Yount, thank you. And if I missed anybody, I apologize. We're at 5.5 hours right now, so I might have missed somebody. If not, thank you very much. And then SV sends me a note and says, we have a super chat on Rumble from Bell Block. All right, thank you very much. So I want y'all to go have a nice rest, maybe a late dinner, kiss your loved ones, and then come back here at about 2:30 tomorrow. I will have some hot tea to make sure my voice is better, and then I won't talk the rest of the night. Thank you, guys. Love you. Talk to you tomorrow.